Is something called a divorce? Excuse me? Meeting.
I'm gonna tell you what happened in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what happened in I'm gonna tell you what happened in Africa. Just the first one when you went up, they took your eyes off the we want to get the news out there. We want to know what is happening around us. Politicians want to make their decision just to you want to know what happened in the ministry to us. You provide them. You got a sporty, you got a I'm gonna tell you what happened in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what happened in I'm gonna tell you what happened in Africa. Just the first one, just when you went on.
Good evening to everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, and that depends on where you're joining us from. It's good to be here today. It's another a great way to welcome you to the program Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the updates. This is where you get the information, the analysis on the trending national issues. And this is where you come when you want to know what's happening across the country. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of the program Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette, and Spoon Talk is live across the country on the Spoon Network, on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and we're also live on several other frequencies across Liberia, thanks to our affiliate radio stations for relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani Seklipi in Niba County, and a host of other radio stations that are always relaying the program. I want to welcome Liberians from across the country joining us by means of relay or joining us on the Spoon Network. I also want to welcome our online audience, the thousands of you who make up time every day to join us here on the program. We're live on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook, and that's where you can find us. I want to welcome the many of you who have already started engaging in the comment section, sharing your thoughts. That's a community all by itself, and we respect and appreciate your respective contributions in the comment section. We're live on YouTube as well. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live, And we appreciate all of you for joining us. In case you haven't subscribed to our YouTube handle, just go right now to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, not Spoon TV, no, Spoon Talk Live on YouTube, and then subscribe to our YouTube handle so that you don't miss out on any of our programs on YouTube. And in case you're not following our Facebook page, we ask you to go to Facebook as well. And yeah, so thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. It's good to be here. Let's go now and take some of your calls as we always do on the program. Hearing from you. Let's go to the phone lines, hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? As always, let's hear from you. The first segment of the program is dedicated to you, so you get to speak out on the different issues that are of concern to you. All right. So thank you again for joining us tonight. We're gonna go to the phone lines now and take your calls. 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 0555 101075. I want to welcome all of you. Cooper Passaway, Chanel Jusu Flomo. I see Agatha Glasgow. Thank you for joining us from Bassese. And the many of you coming on tonight, kindly share the program as you join us. And we're going to go to the phone lines now and see how we can get more of your calls coming through. So let's take your calls now. 0555 101075. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's hold you there. Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hold you, let's take you. Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind, Daddy?
Yeah, what's on my mind tonight is that I'm getting this on a lot of people that a deal on fire. People set up a deal like that. There's a deal.
So who are you hearing it from?
I'm hearing it from people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from people. Or these.
All right, thank you. So until until we get to that point where the information is verified, let's wait for it. All right. But thanks a lot. Hello, your name and where you call from. Let's hear you. Hello. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, your life. Say you. Go ahead, sir. You're alive, sir. Thank you for your input tonight. This person, hello. Yeah, good evening. You're alive. Let's hear you. Oscar, what's in your mind? HPX. Okay. Thank you very much for your input. We take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input. So we're gonna take a break here quickly and play this video uh, from the IG, the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, Honorable Gregory O.W. Como. Let's play this video. We'll be right back.
Once again, we are here as law enforcement body to continually express our commitments to the protection of lives and property in this country and the dignity of the person. As we draw closer to July 17th protest date, Today makes it 10 days from that day. We have asked planners to engage with the Ministry of Justice to get a permit and inform law enforcement as to routes they intend to take so that we can provide the adequate protection. Up to today, we haven't seen any such engagement. However, we want to reaffirm our commitment to the democratic process that will provide the adequate protection necessary and will do whatever we can to ease the burden of those who will not be a part of the protest and will have to get to town. So as soon as we understand how and where they intend to gather, we'll continue to communicate with the public. We're asking everybody to keep tuned to our social media pages, to other radios and stuff, and we will be able to communicate adequately. But I would like to encourage each and everyone to go about their normal basis. Protest in this country has become a routine issue. So it's not something that say, oh, we're going to ask you to stay home and stuff like that. School remains open. Children can move back and forth and go to school freely. And people can go to work and everyone can continue their normal business. Like I said, there could be some disruption in the traffic, but we try to minimize the inconveniences through whatever means possible. To the planners, we are your police. Those who intend to exercise those rights. Constitutionally, it is your right under the by virtue of the Constitution, and it is my hope that those rights remain within the confines of the law. We will be there to protect, we'll be there to guide, and we'll be there to maintain law and order. In the event where it goes violent, we will restore order immediately within the confines of the law. I want to admonish the general public that the Liberia National Police is the guardian, not a warrior, and we will do everything within our power to protect the Liberian people. Those who are planning the protest, it is my hope that you have spoken to those who are going to be involved and ask them to remain peaceful and do not vandalize people's property, because anything that goes wrong, you, the planners, will be held responsible. I just hope you understand the responsibility that comes along with it, and make sure that you're able to guide the process properly. Last but not the least, there will always be people who have got nefarious intent, even in the best of plannings. So to those of you who have got your illegal weapons at home and planning to bring it to the protest, please leave it alone. Please. Don't bring it. Thank you.
Well, that's a special message from the IG, the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police, ahead of the July 17 protest. But we're taking more of your calls. Let's go back to the phone lines. I think I should put the WhatsApp up here as we continue taking your calls. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. We want to put the WhatsApp up as well so you can call using that medium. So let's do this. So we'll go back to the phone lines, take more of the calls. So let's see if we can do this. This person, hello, you're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Hello, this person. Let's hear you. Yes. You want to walk away from the radio, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind is sending
Okay. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
this particular go into Colombia local because it was then that
No, when you say get rid of, what do you mean? That's the clarity I want you to provide because you said it.
appearance to not potential support Iranian
Okay.
because I believe that this is the last step to run a politician in a period. Something for the land. So we shouldn't give our support to him.
Okay.
Then we still have to gather our politics. That this guy will not use the popularity to gain their corrupt mindset.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution tonight. We appreciate you. I see Councilor Gu is in the background. Let me bring the council on. Council, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Nelson, how good evening and good evening to all those who are following us. How's
Yeah.
the day going? How did it end? In fact, not even going.
Yeah.
How did your day end?
Yeah, the day was good. Here is already it's almost 8:30 p.m. So
It's raining,
yes, the
huh?
day it wasn't a rainy day.
Oh, okay,
It was
that's good.
just cloudy, but not rainy. Yeah. So
Uh, whilst we're experiencing rain here now, just like you said, but anyway, it's okay. Nice to be here.
oh, okay.
So
All
I'm here. I'm open. I'm open. Like we said, anything that they need to know before the show starts. Anything that we discussed yesterday that they needed clarity on. Anything legal. You can ask the questions. We will address it before the show starts. I'm
Okay.
good to be here.
So I don't know how is it like tonight with the callers? Is the audio better?
It's still very low. The background there. It's still low. It's like yesterday. Though I haven't listened to many callers yet, but the last caller just now, was very low. Show yourself, caught.
Yeah. So yeah, from here it's good in studio because what I'm getting is basically from the radio angle, but it
Yeah.
has to feed through the system and then get to the live broadcast. And I think that's where the problem is. But we really don't have issue with the radio aspect.
Yeah, but
But yeah, our
we'll
technical team
monitor
is working on it.
we'll
Yeah.
monitor keenly when the call comes in, and if we capture whatever will be said by any of the callers, we'll address it.
Okay. Yeah, so then we'll go back to the phone lines. Prince O'Colly is asking me to re-echo. He just joined in when the IG was leaving. But basically, the IG's message was about the need for those wanting to protest to get the permits to make sure that they follow the procedure, get a permit, and the police will be there to protect you, to guide the process. Once they know the different routes you'll be using and you're permitted to go ahead with the protest, you have the right to do so. And he also wants anyone wanting to cause chaos, wanting to carry weapons and all of that during the protest to destabilize the situation, to disregard, to disembark on that because they're prepared to make sure that calm is restored. You know, in any unforeseen situation. Yeah, so we'll go back to the phone lines and take some calls. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
No,
Yes, you're live on the show. It's good to have you on.
thank you. But to be frank, people are flying down on TV. They tell that we are not progress. All of us are going down. Nigeria is going down as time beginning. Why? Because Nigeria is surrounded. Jesus is not trying to get it. JNB Japan.
You say, how you go with that whole JMB thing? You say, Jesus, what?
Nigeria is surrounded by Jesus network blessing. JNB for short.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, That's another meaning of JMB there of Council. Jesus Network Blessing. Hello. Your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. You're live on the show. What's on your mind? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it tonight. Um, we'll go to the phone line. Take another person here. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Hello. You. Yeah. Now we go ahead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, your audio is terrible. Sorry, you have to change your location. The audio is very terrible. I'm struggling to even, keep you on the line. Hello. Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. From Nima what country? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Let's hear you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. And you can keep your calls coming through. 0555 Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Hello. Okay, so we lost that one. Hello. Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo calling from.
Mo Bobo, you're live. What's on your mind?
You know, congratulations to the government. The government, to the government. You take a big president in the midst of the low country. It's the full case and to everyone to see what we can do. When you say maybe when so to the person that is just pretending you not like them. So I tell the government thank you, and I also tell God thank you for the government because I think it's for the government. Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. So we take more of your calls. Hello.
Oh,
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
yeah, for me, it's Peter K. Joab. What about your saying?
Peter Dry, what's on your mind?
Oh, my man just have to do that protest. What you call protest? If you're in a country and you know what you're talking about, protest. Now, as a speaking, before you see, they are not being sure amount of people in the country. Because if they are paying out of the grant of education, I will not look at myself to say, oh, I'm even going to really go and protest because those that are going to protest, they are not in this country. They are still not in this country. They are still sitting somewhere quietly. Some of the problems when you go to any child, any children from 24 years to 25 years, some of them that are good property. Even though look at that, they go to protest to come and destroy their lives when they be harmed. Then they are parents, they are children, and working out of who even enjoying themselves.
Thank you.
You know, any of that great thing that we have in their not serious. Those who are serious people, I can't about that protest for them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your input. I see Dr. Richardson is here as well. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Nelson. How you doing? How you doing, counselor?
I'm doing good.
Oh, that's good. It's good to
How you
be.
doing,
Council say,
Doc?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Council say you're already in the net to Isana. So
Yeah, they were. It's so interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at 10:40. It's 10:40 on my side.
Oh,
10:40
wow.
p.m.
Wow. Really appreciate your commitment to just coming in and being a part of the show. I appreciate that. My goodness. Yeah. Day
Thank
in,
you.
day out, you've been doing it. Wow.
Yeah,
Nelson,
thank you, man.
I know how people want to talk, but let me just are you small? How you doing? How Liberia?
oh yeah, I'm doing good. The country is moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, country is moving on. It's been raining for the weekend. So
Mm-hmm.
some real downpour. But yes, for today,
Mm-hmm.
it's been just cloudy here in Monrovia. But I don't know about other parts of the country because
Yeah.
probably it's been raining there. But here it's been good. There were a few communities that got flooded as well, and yeah, for every time we reach the rainy season, then the
Yeah.
conversation about opening the drainages, the need to carry on zoning, all those different conversations will come up. During the dry season, it appears as though we forget about the
Yeah.
real challenges that surface annually. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll keep talking and chipping away at it, and hopefully, things will improve. This is why we're here. We're here. So let's continue to take calls, and then we'll wait until the moderator comes in. But all is well on my side. It's hot today. I got the air conditioner on blast inside. I went outside just to check a little bit, and it was hot. It was like I felt like I was in Texas. Not no offense to the people in Texas, but Texas is hot, and this part of where I live is a little bit cooler. It's been cooler over the years, but it's hot today. And so I'm just staying inside. I made it cooler, and I would just be inside until it gets to regular temperature. Gonna do some grilling tonight for dinner. I have company, so I'll be leaving early, but so there'll be some grilling, so I can go attend to the grill and all of that. So actually, Abraham will be doing the grilling, not me. I shouldn't lie. He does the grilling, so but yeah, we can continue to take calls.
okay, yeah.
Uh,
So we'll go back to the phone lines.
Yeah, thanks.
Uh, we are making some adjustments to
Yeah, and I just
uh,
want to say hello to all of our people who just joined us in Radio Lane and also our commentators. We appreciate you being here. Um, yeah, somebody just said it's 97 degrees in Media, which is not too far from where I am. So it's hot. This is a record-breaking temperature that's going on around here. But hey, as they say, climate change. You got to believe it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I will give it a try again with the phone lines.
Yeah, I know you guys been sounding really, really. I'm sorry to say terrible. I'm not as bad as CEO who has an ear to hear all these terrible things, but I can be flexible a little bit when it comes to hearing. But he's like, it sounds bad. It sounds bad, but I don't know what happened. What happened? It wasn't. It doesn't sound like usual.
Yeah, that's
Somebody
um
somebody mess around with the setting there, or yes, it's poor or something. Huh? It's okay.
we're working on it. Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's due to
Okay.
some. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
good.
Well, try.
So
Let's see.
yeah, so let me take another person here. Let's see if this how this goes. Hello.
Yeah, even
Okay, it's good to have you. Let's hear you.
okay, I'm being more and I call on for this thing.
Zakaman, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to speak on the deceitfulness of some of our government officials, especially these government officials.
Mm.
That has to do with they must swear. They must swear just and now to all the people that the product prices increase.
Mhm.
And according to him, it was increased it was in the Middle East. Now, this guy is so deceitful that whenever the petroleum product having to reduce, this guy was attributed to his hard-working, to the government hard-working, where the government reduced 25 cents, the government reduced 50 cents for the benefit of the people. He will never tell the American people that it reduced because of the global reduction in prices. But he will always tell us that it was the government. But when it increased, they got the time, they made it something. You see how these people you are, they consider 2 7%, 17%. You know that brains are very good at these people. People that are in support of protest yesterday are the people against protest today. On June 2nd last year, when President Obama, the third president,
Hello, can you hear me? Are you still here with us? Ah, too bad. Think we lost that caller. So we'll go back to the phone line and take more persons. Hello.
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead. It's good to have you.
so,
Christian, please go ahead. What's on your mind?
yeah, if I'm not bad, for, you know, our one of the things in the place. But before the place, they don't have to get to go to the
Mm.
now, if you take a for
Your line is really terrible. Your line is breaking in. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your input tonight. We appreciate you. All right. Thanks a lot. Darius, welcome.
Darius, how are you? I see you changed your curtains. I might be listening to Darius. You hearing us? I don't think you can hear.
I really think you bringing attention to the main location. Oh.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I just yeah, y'all see you now rub off on me a little bit.
Yeah, you say the man had Gucci curtain in the
I
background.
tell you, just
But
I
that,
business.
that Gucci that was not real Gucci that is fake.
You mind? You mind? So that the first thing that came to my mind when I saw the man, that's boy, he's something else.
Yeah, maybe Darius, is done without Gucci because of the way. The CEO destroy.
Yeah, the CEO Eric, the CEO kind of CEO just talk for the man, can't the man that first thing he can say, Jai can tease me. So you know, he tease me, I tease him, and I tease other people too, and I teach me.
I think Darius will come back.
Yeah, Darius will come back.
Work.
Yes.
So let's see if we can squeeze another person in.
Yeah,
We're
let's
just
try.
trying to buy time because our line issue. Hello. Yeah, hello. You are live. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello. Yeah, hello. You are live. Francis, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
That's not you know you're not man. Nobody hearing you.
That's why I sense he can't hear you talk about. He can't hear.
You can hear him?
I can't hear him, but I'll tell you, at least I'm a little bit flexible. But you can just go straight to the point.
Nobody hearing man. All day they get to face that one small phone, they didn't do it. Nobody hearing. Who let that see hearing?
I like it.
Nobody hearing the man that's it.
I like it.
Why you can be sincere, that Richard said? Tell that sister you hearing the man.
I told Nelson, but I don't do it the way you don't do it. It's okay for me.
Okay, maybe the way I can do it different. Man, yeah, maybe the way I can do it different.
Let me be me and you be you. Is that okay?
I really think can do it a diplomatic way. And
diplomatic way.
CEO can do it a real militant way.
Thank you.
I'm pure Glenn. I hear the man, I hear him.
I told him. I said, by the time you know, he got year for year, all these things.
If I hear you, then no need to hide. I hear you, and that's it. I hear you. Finish. You got to tell the person.
Elephants in their background. I'm looking people background to this. So because SARS was here, you can complain about the main background. It may not change their background now. So
you said why I do with my background?
I said I like the family of elephants in their background.
Oh yeah, I had some of my colleagues at the time went to Kenya, and they brought me different.
It's very nice.
Different kind of this elephant, the lion, the tiger.
Okay.
And then next time I'm gonna take them and put it in the fireplace. I'm tired of saying that. By the way.
What?
You want that?
Yeah.
Come and get them, or I'll put it in the fireplace. I'm going to dry my chicken with them.
Look, I'm done with you.
This thing can dry your chicken.
No, it's a decor. It helps.
That's that decor, man. Forget that decor thing. That decor with E.
To me, it's natural.
That's in that decor with E. You got hot chicken? Let's put pepper in that hot chicken that I'm see the real hot chicken.
No, if you got like a Afrocentric decor in your home, like
that already saying it can't have. Use all the book. They will not have. Use all the words. They will not have. Put it in the dry chicken. Put it there and barbecue your dry chicken. What does it mean by barbecue? Why did they tell you got decor?
It's very nice. Look at that decor. You know, they took for somebody to do that job.
That Richard saying they ate my money. Why didn't they tell you got decor?
It's pretty. I like the detail. It's detail oriented. I like it.
I put it in right. I will put it right in the fireplace, right under the real grill that we built outside. Put my something on the top and put a dry chicken on it with pepper on your side. Do chwah. Then you turn it around and do chwah. Just put the whole thing. Decor way. That decor way. Wait, Councilor. What's that? That Richard said this. You know what? I'm gonna keep it here. She said that decor.
Look, back so we can see it because we can't see it.
Oh, you can see it.
Look, it's two-tone coloration. It's very nice.
Okay, that Richard said, forget your decor, but leave me alone. Huh?
Elephant can make that noise.
Elephant can do mad.
I don't know what kind of noise elephant can
make. So the sound elephant can make. That it?
I don't know. I've never been there.
I mean, Baba, you in the tour, you in case Sudan, but tell what sound you hearing in Sudan. Councilor, you in Sudan. What is sound you hearing for the elephant there? No, but I thought elephant can do mad. Elephant and goat can do mad.
Goat can do bear or sheep or something.
Goat can do what? That originally said bad.
You don't got me acting out here.
No, but one of them can do something. Either they do mad or something like that.
That Google the whole thing you see it. Then why were you even looking there? What Google for?
Well, let's ask AI. What is sound of elephant make?
Go ahead.
We got important show to do today, man. Leave it with your elephant decor. They waste some time for eating people money. Said, you know how many children in need decor? How many children in need decor? Send it to them. Let them go make money. The only reason why they think in my office, right, is because I got nothing to do with it. I got nothing to do with it a long time ago. That's all.
Let me tell you something. You go to Liberia, like near the embassy in Mama. Got the guys that sell these things here, so they make money of it. And
they got to call that.
We can make more money. You know, it should be in our airport. We should have these.
They do have it there. They do have it at the airport, by the way.
They do. I didn't see it at the airport.
Oh yes, they do. The only difference is that they get a Ghana restaurant at the airport. You can't eat Liberia food. You eat Ghana. Because they gave me the jollof with one piece of fried chicken. Who could jollof rice like that?
One piece of fried chicken?
No vegetable, nothing. I put one piece of fried chicken on the side.
Not a brand jollof rice.
No, it's not like brand jollof rice. You find out in Nigeria, the rest will be very hard, by the way, and the fried chicken will be country chicken. It will be very high. It will take blood from your teeth. You know that Richie. Nigerian and they
take out that your high rice.
No, I refused it. I couldn't eat a jollof. And that Richardson was there. You remember? We went outside.
I left early.
You left early. Yeah. But we're going to be having in 5 minutes. We're going to be bringing Madam Fanta Kamara to speak about Zoom Lion. We got a lot of information on Zoom Lion. We'll be telling you about the bidding process at the Maria City Hall, the groups involved. We're going to talk mostly about the HPX today. I'm not hearing you, man.
I found the sound an elephant makes.
I like that. It sounds like a lion. That Richard said. Let's hear it. I want to hear the sound. That Richard said. So that elephant sound that?
Yeah, you can see the elephant in here.
Okay. That's in that AI, man, that Richard's in the US. That's in that AI sound. We talk about real elephant, go ahead. Go see real elephant. You will tell who. But let's see that Richardson, we got Madam Fanta coming on. Fanta going to talk about the first Zoom Lion. Then 2013, 14, the bidding process, on Madam Salif, everything. We're going to talk about what we've been hearing around the HPX deal and the president visit year. We're going to talk, it's a lot to talk about today. I don't even know where to start from. It's a lot, folks, because you know what? I don't know. I don't know. Why do you do me like this? Why you keep blessing me like this? Blessing me like that. I'm grateful. And I had to sing the song, right? You see this guy, Councilor Sereno Seaforth, he lost one of his biggest cases today at the ECOWAS court. The case concerning the Guinean national that the Liberian government sent to Guinea. Councilor Seaforth didn't win that case today. They ruled against them. So the government of Guinea and Liberia won. Councilor Seaforth, he was so frustrated and disturbed. You see it, so? Right there. Councilor Sereno Seaforth. Right now, don't call him. He's very much frustrated. He's disturbed. He just can't believe that, international lawyer, he ended up losing the case today. But on a good part, on one of the best things that happened to him today, the court ruled in his favor concerning the $50 traffic ticket that Richard said. He couldn't win the big one, but he won the $150. You remember the traffic ticket that Richard said that he was arguing about? Nelson, you got that video, please get it ready. I can announce to the nation and to the entire world, Councilor Cephas won the $50 traffic ticket. But the extradition ticket, case at the ECOWAS court in Nigeria, they ruled against him. He lost that case. So the LeBron government felt sorry for him, and he won the $50 ticket case. What is it?
How did he win that ticket? Maybe you guys can expand on that.
No, it's in the chat room. I put it in the chat room.
Oh, okay.
That ticket case, Stanton, that win is not for Cephas. It's for many people. Many. I'm just saying.
It's just an intro. We're not there yet. I know Cephas and brother. It's just an intro.
But many people benefit from that judgment.
But we come there, you will say people benefit. I can announce. No, here's my story here, Councilor Good. Cephas are trying to win the big one, but they cut him down to $50. The man wants to promote Let me finish. No. Let me finish. Don't do this. Please, you have my head. We got Madam Fanta in the back. We got 30 seconds left. There's a whole former SG. You work under him. The man went for the BK Zaras. They put you in Koto. And the Liberian government said, but then to cool you off, can win $50 case. Can you imagine that? The man won a $50 case. But you see Mr. Cephas today, he myself was talking, I asked him, can I take a picture? He said, yeah, I should take his picture. And I did it. I took this picture. He frustrated. $50 is not for Cephas, but guess what happened? He won a $50 case. So we're discussing. And, when I'm doing my presentation, I have this other counselor here, be giving me a hard time. Leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. So this is Zoom line. Zoom line put out a press statement. They say they're clarifying. I hate when people clarify my people. You share the show. Zoom line, I clarify that, and I put, let's say, even more bigger trouble. We're discussing. It's in the chat room. That Zoom line on a clarification. Which one is this? Moravia and Pinsway City Corporation. These are all the ministries and entities that are part of the bidding process. Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Public Work, EPA, Pinsway City Corporation, Moravia City Corporation, Civil Society Group, Wash Commission, community-based, what's that? Something I can see it clear. We got different entity and ministry, 8 of them. But something strange happened today. When they went to listen to a Dubai-based environment group that also part of this bidding process, I believe the people get their mind made up. This is serious. I want you to read this. We'll come to it. I also like to say that this is the case concerning Serena Cephas when they quote the $50 case. The ticket challenge, the rule in Serena Cephas' favor, and they say it is therefore quite word and somewhat mind-boggling that the code below, without careful observing and analyzing the parameters of its power limitation, $50 business put right to all this nonsense. So let's go ahead.
We see the team, man.
It's in the chat room. We'll put it up. I just got to rush with this.
You call it code rolling nonsense, Stanton. What's your word, man?
My man, I pick you
What's
back.
your word?
I get my right.
No. I
get my right.
No.
No. Don't tell me, my man, I pick you back. I get my right. Leave me alone. You can say they are good code. I can say that nonsense. What you want to? Wait, Darius. Why they got depriving me of my right, man? My freedom of expression. What kind of lawyer is this?
Correctly.
I have Darius. I got my God-given right. I said that foolishness. They say no.
But the man you can see your own, you say your own. Everybody saying their own.
That's why they will keep the men South Sudan. Yeah, but don't interrupt me when you're ready to tell your own. They will keep it in South Sudan. You're not going
to recording me again.
No.
They're not recording me again.
No, you're speaking for the government. So you're speaking for the government, so they will not record you.
They're not recording me again.
You're speaking for the government. You will not be recorded. So these are the people that say they're taking part in the election. They are taking part in the election in Lima for district number 5, I believe. For district number 5, they want to replace Sam Koga. You know, Sam Koga went now to be senator. You got all these plenty names, 11 of them. There you go. NDR candidate is Pharaoh to Wayne, and that candidate is Koto Kwagui. Sorry if I pronounce his name. Kwaguru, something like that. Koto Sewangwe Kwagwe. Then you get B. Boris Ballet, Abraham Kago. Where is the CMC one of Canada here? Oh, CMC got no Canada.
What's funny about that?
What an unpass, Gary. I'm looking for CMC Canada on the list, folks. Somebody help me. Why is the CMC Canada here? What Musa Benedict Canada? Musa Benedict say he get Lexus, so Joseph Baga bought Lexus. That competition they on. What is CMC Canada here? It's not there, so we pass.
Canada in the race.
And guys, don't forget, tomorrow is the showdown. It's the biggest showdown of the country. Listen, guys, it's going to be huge tomorrow. Asido, the former deputy minister for youth and sport, going against Martin K.N. Cuddy, the activists. Man, this will be a debate. This is not a panelist discussion. No, leave that one home. This will be a debate. And that's exactly what the Liberian people are looking for. Asido is coming with everything. Asido was practicing. Asido was training. And Martin Cuddy is coming with everything. Martin said he would dismantle Asido. Asido said, no. I know the border between Lofa and Nimba. I want to tell you, leave everything, set yourself, charge your phone, pay for your LDC bill, and get more electricity. This will be huge. I want to say to all of you, tomorrow we will be having a great show, watching Asido going against Martin Cuddy. I spoke to both of them. I spoke to both camp, and they are so ready. And we would listen. People say, "Oh, can you go ahead and share the information with us, the topic?" They say, "No, we don't do that. We are not sharing any topic. It's fire." So that Rachel saying, this is one of the big one. We're going to talk about the World Bank. So Zoom Lion sent me this one. They say World Bank cleared in since September 23rd, 2015. I don't know how true it is. But whatever it is, they sent me this thing. They say that World Bank cleared them. So we're discussing. We got a lot coming your way, folks. Welcome to the show. Let's have fun. It's always good having you. It's good to have my brother from Ghana'sville, my dear friend. His name is Councillor Lafia Bego Senior. I don't know where the man left the junior. My owner junior coming. What's up, Stanton? Okay, go enjoy. Again, I want to say this. I want to welcome the Honorable Akaris Mo. Say, great guys. Before we bring him on Fata, right? This is what happening when you got money, when your web is an actress, and you're about to ball. Take a look.
Solo, you might want some follow and my life, just let private jet. Let her remove them, I go polo. Money need that follow to the east and when it won't go west. Trust nobody mostly, because nobody owes me. And nobody owes me.
We got no copyright to this song. We just do that because of the former representative. The man is boring. So money. The man work will be in Liberia, premiering one of the best movies ever. They call it The Boss Change. Listen, this movie, it broke record in Ghana. It would be at the Tima Mall in Liberia. And again, the man is saying money is not a problem. He's there balling. He's balling. Ladies and gentlemen, if you miss it, we're going to do a little bit of it again. The Honorable Akara, Stalika, Tombinka, Gray. He's balling. Listen, folks, share the show. Akara's great. Let's take a look.
Boy, I love me riding solo. You might want some follow and my life, just let private jet. Let her remove them, I go polo. Money need that follow to the east and when it won't go west. Trust nobody mostly, because nobody owes me. And nobody owes me love.
Akara's good. We're going to play. Listen, you can watch this thing. The part 2 is coming up. But let me say just a little thing on the Boss Cake. Listen, folks, you must see the Boss Cake on the 12th, which is this weekend, and you will enjoy it. You will spend your money accordingly. The Boss Cake.
In today's breaking news, CEO of Liberia's largest company, Garjay Enterprises, Mr. Peter Garjay, has been taken into custody this morning.
Am I interrupting something?
Not exactly.
I have a job for you. What do you need me to steal?
We want you to go to Mr. Garjay's office, seduce him, and get us some information.
I was told by some ladies.
They made a payment in cryptocurrency.
They went away with some of my best cards.
Every time I see you, I see trouble.
What if I told you this was a $500 million job? If we're able to get these investors to these investment-worthy properties and convince them.
She and her friends have double-crossed me and took me out of millions of dollars.
You actually came to a Fruster to look for a solution to pay the airline?
Who is this low-life trash of a thing that you brought invading my space?
When will the money be paid and what's the location?
Did you make the drop?
If anyone threatens you, I can guarantee you protection.
Jackie, we have a deal. If not, this entire thing is gonna be compromised.
We have 5 hours to bring the money.
What are we going to do now?
We do what we know best.
We do what we know best. I want to say to all of you, a powerful Liberia on mobile. I want to say congrats to you, my brother Akari Screen, to the entire team, to your wife and her entire team. We celebrate you guys, and folks just can't wait. On this note, we want to say welcome to another edition of Spoon Talk. We're happy to have the doctor, Francine Chinwe. Her husband's name is Ponchito. I don't know who gave him that name, Ponchito, but the last name is Richardson. We want to bring in our brother Darius. He's not spending too long on the show tonight because he's giving us hard time in the chat room, so we're not keeping that long. You know about what? I don't have it. They make it hard in the chat room. We were coming for only one question. But
I'm enjoying you, Darius.
But I want to say again, on this note, before we hear you guys, we're going to bring in our guest for tonight for the first segment. That will be Madam Fanta Kamara. She will introduce herself properly. She's here to discuss Zoom Lion, right? And everything, how we got here with Zoom Lion. All right, she will introduce herself. It's going to be a great show today. We're going to talk about Asala Mita in the house today. They couldn't even get their own figure right. The game Asala Mita playing. We'll talk about the government. We'll talk about HPX. We'll talk about the President Vese. We'll talk about so many things on our list today concerning what we all need to talk about. Don't forget, we still get a $30 million World Food Program money discussion pending, whether the entire money was put in the budget or whether Senator Twain and his team lied to us. We'll discuss it. And again, this is Liberia. This is the Spoon Talk. Please, guys, we'll pause for a second. Take your phone. You can find us on YouTube, on Facebook. Share the show. Let's make progress. Please share the show. Please share the show. Please, please, please share the show. I want to say thank you very much. Something passing through the wire. We also got to discuss it. Let's also discuss the pending protest. The protest, that protest, something is about to happen. The good, the bad, and the ugly. We want to talk about it. Welcome to the show, Madam Fanta Kamara. It's good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Staten. It's a pleasure.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Richardson, we got Madam Fanta here. We'll be discussing Zoom Lion. Honored by Karis Mr. Grateful be Harris. Welcome. And to our dear counselor, it's always good to have you. Welcome. Please, folks asking me, please properly introduce yourself and let's get right into it.
Oh man, this is the tough part, talking about myself. But as you already know, my name is Fanta Kamara, a born Liberian, both parents. I have an extensive professional career, spans everything from technology to operations, entrepreneurship, a bit of government, and all of the above. I like to consider myself a global leader who gets bored very easily, which is why I dabble in the various industries and have done quite well in adding significant values to each of those industries I've been engaged in. You know, and specifically regarding this discussion, the waste management industry in Liberia.
Well, you sent me like 3 pages, but you did this in less than 1 paragraph.
Yeah, yeah, that's the hard part. As I said, you know, it's tough to talk about yourself.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead to bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, we were on the line yesterday. Guys, can we mute some? Is that for you, Fanta? You got something? Oh, Nelson, you are on the show. Thank you, Nelson. Yeah, please. Yeah. All right. So let's go through it. Dr. Richardson, we were on Zoom line yesterday. I want to bring Fanta up to speed, but I want to give you the first shot here. Why is she here? Why is she talking about Zoom line? What is ever Zoom line that in roll call? Dr. Richardson, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Fanta, Ms. Kamara, for coming to Spoon. We look forward to you giving us a lot of information about Zoneline. But my question to you is, we understand that Zoneline was involved in corrupt practices in Liberia. Can you just tell us a little bit about your involvement with Zoneline, and do you know of those corrupt practices that we read about in the paper?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So my partner and I at the time launched this company to, on the call of Ellen Johnson, when she called for all Liberians in the diaspora to come back home and help rebuild Liberia, because that was the only way we could ensure that Liberia was built to serve all Liberians. So we heeded that call. We were very young at the time and very optimistic about what we're going to be doing in terms of our contribution. We took it very, very seriously, and we launched a company in 2009. We bid it for the World Bank tender for the waste management. We had no prior experience in waste management. It's just absolute open disclosure. I come from a computer programming background and global communications. My partner at the time came from Boston and intellectual excellence, as we know Boston to have. And all we had in common was just two Liberian kids. I mean, we're in our 20s, who were very much, who caught the bug, right, of wanting to return to Liberia so much, so to help rebuild our country. So we came with that passion, with that notion, starting from scratch. I mean, from understanding the waste management industry, we did extensive research. I mean, we will be up nights, just understanding, because we really wanted to get it right. We knew that we were the small guys in the industry, and we had a lot of catching up to do, but it was a challenge very much worth it. So we're willing to put in the work. Mm-hmm. After bidding for the contract, we were successful and awarded, I believe at the time, 5 or 10% of the 30% portion that the World Bank was covering. At the time, Mary Brawl was the city mayor, and of course, as I mentioned, Ellen was the president. So when we got in, we were very, very active. We weren't just operating as a standard company. We were operating as a technology company, prioritizing data collection. What I mean by that is, with every trip to the landfill, with every site that was within our control, community engagement, understanding the frequency of dumping, what type of garbage was coming to the various locations, ensuring that we structure our organization to do the utmost or add the utmost value to those communities. So much so to the point, I mean, we had Excel sheets upon Excel sheets of data collection just for our own sake, because we wanted to run an efficient company that was based on hard data, hard facts, and not just verbal conversations. So we did that for many, many months, and then it went into a year. And what we noticed is we started seeing a trend. We started seeing a trend, and every time we got to a point where it was substantial enough, we brought it to the attention of the project management office, the PMU. At the time was a German company, and the project manager was Peter Ofori from Ghana. So a Ghanaian was the project manager, and a German company had the oversight of the PMU, the evaluation office. So here, once again, imagine these 20-something-year-olds, right, empowered with data. Every time we come to these cadences, like these meetings, we're presenting, hey guys, look at the data, right? These are the discrepancies. How can we fix them? Offering solutions. So we quickly gained the larger portion of the contract based on our efficiency, based on our accuracy, so much so to the point where even though you had NCC and Mary Bra, they experienced constant breakdown of their equipment. So they will call us at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, can we borrow your truck? And we're like, wait, we have, collection schedule for this time. We don't want to disappoint the community. So we also took on a part of managing the city's responsibility as it relates to waste management, because not only do we have responsibility over our own locations, but now we were extending our resources to the city of Monrovia for many, many days, many, many months, and initially had a terrific relationship. So this went on, and the way the contract was established is that the World Bank did short-term tender. So they would do 3 months here, and then based on the result, they would renew the contract. We knew immediately after collecting this amount of data that this was not sustainable, and having that mindset of we're here to stay. We're here to develop this industry. We're here to make sure that the Liberian people benefits from this donor funding that the World Bank is providing. So we must operate in the utmost efficient way. So we put a proposal together and presented to the World Bank team to say, look, this 3 months short term, it's not going to work. In order to truly build the capacity of Liberian companies, you have to establish long-term contracts. And I know perhaps in the past you hadn't received any data to suggest that Liberian companies do have the capabilities. Well, here you go. We have collected months and months and months, and now almost 2 years of data to substantiate the fact that we do have the capacity and we can carry out long-term efforts to build capacity and to ensure that this project is sustainable. After several reviews, they bought into it.
Ms. Kamara, sorry to interrupt you. There's so many others that have to ask questions. I don't want to monopolize.
Sure, I'm going to wrap it up.
So my question. So yes, yeah, it's just a bad habit I have with running groups.
No, it's okay. I'm going to wrap it up. So they bought into it and extended the contract for 3 years. That was once again going to go through a bidding process. So here we are thinking we have been perfectly situated to be awarded this contract, only to find out that it was being awarded to a Ghanaian company called Zoomlion. When we came to this, we went to the city mayor and approached her about it. She denied having any idea of what was happening. So we knew, very much prepared with our computers and our tennis shoes, we were going to walk the line and get enough evidence that was required to expose Zoomlion, because they came out of nowhere. They were never part of, the years and years of waste collection. And then all of a sudden, they're being awarded this long-term contract that we have submitted the proposal for to the World Bank. And without us, it would have never been available. Long story short, we gathered enough evidence to submit to the World Bank corruption team in Washington, D.C. They had overwhelming evidence and put a team together to come down to Liberia to investigate. This was unheard of. They have never done something like this before, but due to the evidence that we collected, the data that we have been collecting, they were able to send a team down, I believe, of 4 or 5 people who were in Liberia for months and found Zoomlion culpable of corruption, and not only that, but bribery. Zoomlion themselves had to admit, with so much evidence mounted up against them, they had to admit that they were engaged in robbery to secure that contract.
Wow. Quite a story. Quite a narrative. My second question to you is, how do you feel about Zoomlion returning to Liberia? I mean, I get it, what you just said. You guys work so hard. I mean, I could feel it when you're talking in terms of data collection. And to be able to convince the World Bank to send a team to investigate, that says a lot about the type of work that you did. But now here it is. We are the brinks of World Bank returning to Liberia. How do you feel about that?
I would start by saying this, with, every dollar stolen, mismanaged, or awarded through backdoor deals, right, is a school that goes unfunded, is a clinic that stays closed, is a role that remains impassable We must build the capacity of Liberian entities and Liberian companies to solve Liberian problems. This idea of dependency on the other, on the foreigner to fix the problems within Liberia, it is not sustainable. It is unrealistic. And frankly, it is fiscally irresponsible. Let's take, for example, the Liberia revenue, right? We currently generate anywhere from 700 million plus or minus, right? Ask the finance minister for the actual number, but 700 million plus or minus. This contract is 200 million from what I've read from the Liberian Observer. That's 30% of revenue that we're taking out of the Liberian taxpayers' pocket to give to a foreign company to clean Liberian waste generated by Liberian households. I mean, it's mind-boggling. It makes no sense.
Sending the money outside of Liberia because of
exactly. So we're engaged in creating millionaires in other people's country. We can't do it for ourselves. We're engaged in empowering and fostering economic growth in other nations. We're incapacitated to do it for our own people. The Liberian people are not stupid. I mean, I know that's a bit strong, but it has to hit home. The Liberian people are not stupid, and the fact that this government, because it was the UP government then, and not to get into politics, just to stay on facts, it's the same government that was engaged in this bribery. I mean, this case was so huge. This was an international case. It wasn't just related to Liberia. So much so that we were willing to block the entire country to demonstrate our capacity. I mean, we got the PPCC involved, the House of Representatives, the Senate. No one was able to do anything. The day before we were to essentially demonstrate the capacity they claimed we did not have, Ellen called us for a conference to her office. We initially declined, but she continuously sent her Secretary of State at the time to come after us and convince us for a sit down. And in that meeting, I was very clear with her. Madam President, we are here because of your call. You heed for Liberians to come back. We answered that call. We abandoned our life. Let me just say very quickly, I had a very full life. I mean, I was traveling the world. At the time, my partner bought this to me. I was in Italy. I was in Milan. I was at a fashion show, right? When I heard that, look, we have to come back and we have to contribute, I dropped all of that. I took a backpack with me, a carry-on, and I said, okay, I'm going to come for 2 weeks. I'm going to study this. If it's viable, I will pursue it. That 2 weeks turned into 5 years. Wow. My apartment was abandoned. My car was abandoned. Everything I valued, I left back in the US to ensure that we built an industry that was for Liberian, by Liberians, of Liberians. In the middle of my presentation, she interjected and asked me to be her campaign manager. I had to say to her, all due respect, Madam President, I'm not here to run your campaign. I'm here to establish this industry and to make sure that Liberians are capacitated to solve Liberia problems. When are we going to do away with this dependency of exporting Liberian problems? They don't have the solution. It is not their problems. We have the solution. If you take 200 million, 30% of our revenues, and export that to another country, what are you saying to Liberians? So you only need them to vote for you and give them a cup of rice when you need them. But when it comes down to empower them, you're incapable of doing that. What type of discontent is that? A disregard for the people, as if to say they're idiots. Frankly, the Liberian people needs to wake up. So to answer your question, it is an absolute no. And we should not allow, the Liberian people should not allow such a contract to be awarded to a foreign company, especially like Zoom Lion, whom the World Bank has banned with overly substantiated evidence of bribery and corruption. So it's okay to reconsider them. What type of message are we sending to the world, especially, this government fight for corruption? It's easy for you to go and pick up an individual and lock them up. But it's even much easier for you to take 30% of our revenues of Liberian taxpayer dollars. That, we bar man, that market woman, what a sa, really, Douala market, selling her lapa, selling her real oil. They pay taxes, they pay dues, and those taxes are what feeds their way into the country's coffers. You're taking 30% of that to empower Ghanaians. I want to make this last point. I'm not in objection to fostering foreign partnership, FDI. In fact, I think is really important. If I learned anything from my MBA, is that fostering those relationships are absolutely critical for economic growth. So I'm all for that. But in order for us to engage into those, relationship, it has to be mutually beneficial. This is not a nuclear project we're building. This is waste management. If you say they don't have the skills, I can train any Liberian company because of the time I spent in landfills. I can tell you exactly the stench, the smell of every Liberian garbage if required. That's the type of knowledge that we were able to acquire. So we don't need to export it. Keep it in Liberia, empower Liberian companies, and be for Liberia. For once, have the decency and balls to stand for the Liberian people.
So, Stanley, just one more thing, and then I'm done. I don't have any more questions there. Do you mind telling us who your partner is? I'm just curious.
I cannot disclose that right now, but Stanton is very much aware, and he has evidence of that.
I just want to make sure that I'm in the know and holistically ask you questions that I'm not just saying half business here, and they have an opportunity to check who your partner is, and just in case that person may not be good for Liberia, but you seem to be good for Liberia.
No, I'll tell you this. As I said, right, I was, on a trip in Italy when I got this call. If this person was incredible, if this person was a floozy, if this person did not have the mental capacity, if this person did not challenge me both morally, physically, mentally to say, look, I know what you're doing is important, but Liberia needs you right now, I would not have gotten on that plane. So in terms of credibility, this is one of the most credible people, the most hardworking people, dedicated people you could ever find.
So you want me to take your word? Okay.
And the evidence is there. It's there. Don't take my word. The evidence is there.
I have Santa. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Richard. I like the way we started the program. Again, as you can see, the three women out, our sisters are up. We make sure that we bring ourselves lower to have a gender-based program today, like every day. And also, while we talk about trash, we want to say to you, it's just not ordinary trash. A lot of stuff comes with trash. You can do a lot of things with trash. But in politics, we do have trash in our own politics in Liberia. And so on that note, if you see your pivot into politics, it's even more important. I'm going to give Sis Glennie the time to ask. She will be the second one to ask a question. Then we'll come to our fellow men on the show to come in with the question. We have Madam Fanta Kamara. Again, you will like the show. You'll be part of the show. If you are patient, share the show. Help us understand, because Zoomline will be doing a presentation tomorrow. I'll put this argument up first. You have 8 entities and ministry. They have gathered to listen to all of the different group that come in, the group from Dubai, the group from this place, that place, and the Ghanaians group called Zoomline. The president, the CEO for Zoomline arrived in Liberia today. I'm asking him to come on the show to tell us exactly his mission and what he can do differently. We are negotiating right now, and hopefully he will come on the Spoon Talk, maybe Thursday. They are presenting the board, and listen, we got the Ministry of Finance, Development, Planning, we got the Ministry of Public Work, we got the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, we got Pinson City Corporation, Morovia City Corporation, the Civil Group, Watch Commission, Community-Based Enterprises, something, and Small and Medium Enterprises. I think that's what it's saying. We got all this group. They are sitting, they are listening, but something happened today. The group that presented today, they were very disappointed. I have information. They were very, very disappointed today. We will get into them. We'll call the name. And now tomorrow, Zoomline is presenting. You, my fellow Liberians, do you think you need Zoomline to do your trash? We're going to give the time to Sis Glennie. Your question, man.
Hello. Hi, everybody. It's good to be on. Hello, Fanta. How are you?
Hello. I'm very well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited about your eloquence. Thank you so much for how you represent yourself. But so I like your advocacy, but I'm a little bit thrown back with a woman with such zeal and power and all of that from what we've heard. When you guys were not chosen, why did you all go silent? Why didn't we hear about you? Why didn't you? I mean, this is the first time hearing about this company. Somebody of we want Liberians to benefit from Liberia and to also help our country. But if you weren't given a contract that you were so right for, based on what you've said here, why didn't you say anything?
So, as I said, we did we for the first time pushed the envelope of justice to a point where they and people might push back for me on this, and I very much welcome it. The president was on her knees, essentially begging us to back down and let this slide. That's not something that we were willing to do. So we were established in 2009. We collected data up to 2012, 2013. Zoomlion was banned based on the data that we collected. This was not some third-party collection we bought with. No, this is two people. Me as the head of operations in the field collecting this data. I can say I was 80% responsible for the data that got Zoomlion banned today. So after that entire charade, we stayed, and we went back to the city mayor to continue to work with them. Instead, what happened? This set us up for failure. Now there were three companies, two additional companies, Liberian companies in the waste management industry. There was NC Senator, there was Libra Sanitation, and when we came in, these companies were already there. What we started doing, because we adopted this almost Liberia first mentality. So it wasn't just about building our capacity, but empowering our partners as well. So we were also helping them to empower their skill set, that we form a sort of coalition to say, look, if we want to go alone, right, we can go. We're young, we're agile, we have the energy, we have the strength, we have the mental capacity, we're intellectuals, we can fly. But it's going to be better for us to go together as a group. We make a better impact and a bigger impact. So if you will see in 2013, they put a bid out, and I believe like Libra Sanitation and Caspian went for that bid. But because they were set up to fail and still licking their wounds, frankly, from being embarrassed and being exposed for Liberians, undermining the capacity of Liberian entities, it was a failure. And the World Bank pulled out completely. They determined the city was not serious. They were not going to fund any additional waste management project. And they did not. And the city did not have the funding to continue. So it's very surprising that now, all of a sudden, the same government now finds $200 million to give to a foreign entity. I find it mind-boggling.
Okay, thank you. My follow-up question, I know Dr. Richardson brought that question up. If you're coming here and now you're telling us everything that has transpired in the past, we've seen you, we've heard you, we acknowledge some level of camaraderie and trust based on what you're saying. Why is it difficult to name who's in the company with you?
So I'm going to say this to you. Don't trust me. Don't take my word for it. Call up anyone who was part of waste management at that time. I'm sure, you people as wonderful journalists, you have a bit of investigative sides to you as well. Don't take my word for it. Don't take anything I've said. Call up your sources and verify from them. There are articles that were written when these incidents took place. So disregard everything I say. Call up your sources.
I don't think Glendy is talking about the events and everything that you said. She's talking about your partner. Like you having some difficulties telling us the name of your partner, and that's what we wanted to just.
So can you tell me the relevancy of my partner compared to the evidence that was gathered that banned Zoomlion? What is
so it's relevant because you keep referring to the we. So there's a we. So if you're at a point where you're outspoken and you're at a point now where you're able to come to us and tell us everything, then be forthcoming with everything. Don't reserve some of it and tell us some of it.
And be forthcoming. I don't know how.
Please.
All right, guys. But when you ask a question and she answer, we got to move on because we got more people coming on.
Sure.
And maybe when we come back,
but
so we can
Fanta,
come
please.
back. We can come back to that.
Thank you for all you've done and for your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glennie, for allowing us to move on. I want to bring in again, we got Phoebe Heron, we got Councillor Good, Akara Spray, Paul Kennedy, Abula, thank you for joining us, and Uncle Sam as always. Phoebe, let's hear you before we come over to Councillor Good. Phoebe?
Yeah, so Fanta, good evening, and love what you said. And 100% I support the liberalization. I always push for that. Liberia, we need to learn to build our own capacities and support our own, entities. And the only way you can do that is to support Liberians. And government should take the lead in driving that. If government doesn't take the lead, and government keeps going out looking for foreign partners, a lot of things will not happen. I don't disagree with having foreign direct investment, but I think we should put the money more into Liberian small businesses and drive it, and that's how the economy will grow. When you are sick, you run to your brother. When you are hungry, you run to your brother. When you got a wedding, all the different events, you run to your fellow Liberians to ask for help. How do you expect to get the help if we don't build the capacity of Liberians by supporting them with these small ventures? That's how we do it. So I don't have any specific question, but I just wanted to support that point. And that's something that the government needs to drive our attention to so that we can change the narrative in the country.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's really great, Phoebe, and thank you for that. I think it's a significant opportunity, and it will be a missed opportunity if the government does not course correct, right? Look, we can all make mistakes. We can, sometimes go down the wrong path. It's okay. We're human beings. We're not perfect. But when you're called to those actions, or when someone calls you to that mistake, acknowledge it, take accountability, and do the right thing, because it's the same Liberian people. We're 5 million. We're not that, we're not that many. The amount of resources that we have can empower every single Liberian, yet we have the situation of dependency. We have to course correct. It's sending the wrong message, right? That Liberians are incompetent, and I don't think that's the message that anyone wants to stand behind. So thank you for supporting that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, so let me say good evening to my fellow panelists and good evening, madam. I think I joined Sis Glennie to say that very impressive of your eloquence.
Thank you.
You have demonstrated that we have very, very, very level-headed young Liberian ladies out there. So let me acknowledge that. And most of the things you said is almost like maybe like somebody would say it seemed as though that two of you may have sat in the same room and discussed it, because last night I was on this show and I was clear about us having the need to empower Liberian companies, and I brought it down to the lowest to say that dumper. So to do dumper work, right?
Yeah.
You don't need to bring foreigner to do dumper work. Yeah. So I just wanted to bring it, low to tell you that you don't need to bring foreigners to take debt from the streets. You don't need that, especially so when we have Liberians who have the capability. And even if they don't have the capability, the government's supposed to make sure to put in place mechanism for people to be empowered. Put money into the banks. That will have the housing and savings bank for. Put money into the bank. People go there. You had the agricultural bank. Put money into the bank. People go there, take money. The form cooperative. If one company cannot make it, they join. They join in and get a contract so that people can be empowered. We tired Liberians. Our biggest problem is that we don't like to empower each other. We like to suppress each other. That is our major problem. So I think for me, I'm 100% in support of Liberian companies getting whatever contract for the cleaning of the city, and whatever contract that Liberians have capacity to do. I don't care about whether, yes, we can talk about foreign direct investment. You have mining areas, they can come and mine. You have maybe timber, they can come into it. But for this other little things. I think Liberians should be empowered, and it's time that we should all put our hands together for that to be done. So thank you very much for the effort. Thank you for your eloquence. I'm very much proud of you, and I hope that you continue, the struggle to ensure that Liberian businesses are protected. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And let me just say very quickly, as I listen to you talk, I'm almost getting teary because this is not an issue. Guys, come on. My people, like, this is not an issue that foreigners should solve for us. We're talking about Liberian issues. You go in the market, you buy a food, plastic bag, palm tash, like cassava there. Like, you want a foreign company to come and pick all that up and give them 200 million of our grandma, mom was saying in the market, like if she not sell cassava, like she can't even put rice pot on the fire. But the marketeers coming to her to pay that due. That due is going to the Liberian revenue. And you won't pick Mamusu money to give it to Ghana men to come and pick up Mamusu on there. As if I say Mamusu, as old as she may be, she can tell her room like and sweep her yard. Like what are we doing? I'm a proud daughter of a Madingo mother, Mama Sanvin Kamara, hailing from Bon County, and a proud civil servant of Liberia, Momo Banjo Kamara from Grand Cape Mount County. My father worked for the Ministry of Public Works for almost 40 years. He refused to expand as we do nowadays, right? Like we're here for 2 years with this company, we're here for 5 years. He dedicated his entire life to the Ministry of Public Works for nearly 40 years. And we turn our back on those people. We can barely give them pension. But we should take that money and give it to Ghana man or Nigerian man, Guinea man, China man, whoever man to pick up our debt. Today, my father is going blind. The major roads you drive on in Liberia, he was the chief engineer for those roads. Go to the Ministry of Public Works. His record is there for nearly 40 years. Momo Banjo Kamara. Today, I look at him in his 70s and he's losing his eyesight. In fact, the doctor told us the last time he has 1% vision left. We're fighting to try to maintain that 1% vision. Liberia has failed these civil servants, the people who struggle for Liberia. The government has failed them. And we continue to empower other people. Where in the world does that make sense? What are we doing? Are the Liberian people that stupid? Are they not good enough? The civil servant that wake up in the morning at 6 in the morning to get on the bus from Ghana to Inter 40 in the evening time. Yeah, Crown Hill to get on that bus to come back to Ghana on the pimping. What type of world do we live in? Where is that accepted anywhere else in the world? I see my father and my heart break. I see my mother and my heart breaks for them. So the youth, that is 80% of our population, they go to school, graduate with degrees. They don't have jobs. You know how many jobs that will create 200 million? You know how that will impact the youth of Liberia? So to not take this seriously and even bring politics into this would be despicable. We should focus and prioritize the need of the Liberian people. Like it breaks my heart. And even if I hadn't had the experience I did in the waste management industry, if my entire life wasn't abandoned and I'm still paying for things, I will still advocate for this. So don't take my word for it, but take the Liberian people seriously. Take the Liberian youth seriously, because tomorrow we will bite our 10 toes and our 10 fingers. Excuse me.
It's okay. Want to welcome again to the Spoon Talk. We are glad to have Madam Fanta Kamara passionately talking about issue that we've been talking about for a very, very long time. But the focus today is on Zoomlion. Why should Zoomlion even think about coming back? Who bringing Zoomlion back? And Honorable Gray, let's hear you. Paul Kennedy, welcome.
Fanta, let me say welcome again, Madam Kamara.
Thank you.
You know, I knew that you have a link from Grand Cape Mount County with your eloquence. You know, Kidman can do it best. I maybe I can talk for your countries, but yeah, when a Kidman singing little lane, she learns well, and she doesn't hold back on her stance. Well, basically, you made a serious revelation and very powerful, strong allegation against the UP-led administration headed by President Sirleaf when you said Zoomline was involved in the bribery. They won the bid. You dug behind everything. You got the pieces of evidence to the extent that you did not want to even compromise when the president called you. You wanted to ensure that you fight for Liberians. Today's Zoomline is back. The same nomenclature, Unity Party. If Zoomline gets this contract or what they are here in the country for, what would be your opinion? Or what would be your feelings? That's my first question. Then I will ask you the second question.
Oh, sure. As I, just recounted the amount of time. I mean, Uncle Sam, has known me for a very long time during those like waste management days. I mean, he saw me then. Like I was not without, today I have a suit jacket and I have even a hair tie. I probably even washed my face today. During those days, it was eat, breathe, sleep, drink, wake up, waste management, Liberia. Years in landfills, on the trucks, with the truck drivers. So I wasn't sitting in some office, like clutching my nails, behind a desk. I was on the field. In fact, I had a boots that was so famous that I wore every single day that my parents were embarrassed sometimes when they would invite me to events and I would show up like in my like waste management fitted without boots. It annoyed them so much that they hid that boots from me. Today, I still don't know like where they hid it. It's probably in our house in Ghana, like in the ceiling somewhere. But I lived and eat and breathe waste management, and everyone at the time. We established an entity within such a short time that empowered over 200 Liberians. And you know what it's like when 200 Liberians have a job. They each have families that sometimes consist of 5, 6, up to 10. We empower hundreds of families to take this contract and award it to a company like Zoomlion, who has been criminalized. Now, look, as I said, everyone makes a mistake. But if an entity, an organization, an individual making a mistake is different from an entity making a mistake. An entity who, with overwhelming evidence, had to admit. So these are not just allegations where, it was unsubstantiated. Zoomlion came out because the evidence was that substantive against them to say to the World Bank, yes, we were engaged in bribery. They admitted it. It's on the World Bank website and on countless of media sites. As I said, don't take my word for it. The evidence is there. It will be heartbreaking, and every Liberian should be heartbreaking if this contract is given to Zoomlion. It will be a direct slap in the face of Liberians. Every single one of us who wake up every day, whether you go to the market, whether you go to the office, whether you go to your shop, because if you're not even good enough to pick up your own waste, to do your own garbage, you're not good enough to go to your shop. Pretty soon it will be foreigners like taking over like your shop. Pretty soon, like it'll be foreigners selling like the Ray oil. We're not against foreigners. We will work with foreigners where necessary. If we're building a nuclear program, sure, right? But to pick up our garbage, every Liberian should be not just disheartened, but completely upset about such a result.
Stanton, my final stuff will be a comment. She doesn't have to answer. Zoomlion, a political business partner of the Unity Party, during her 12 years, Zoom Lion again, the political business partner of the Unity Party for the next 6 years. Because those are the same people that I know of. I take responsibility to help the Unity Party in our campaign process. That's what Zoom Lion is back to Liberia. And don't be surprised. A Liberian company was awarded to bring the yellow machine, but they took it and gave it to a Chinese company. Again, we should not be surprised that Zoom Lion could get this contract because it's a paid debt. It's not a paid debt. It's a political response. It's to give back. It's like a quid pro quo. Let me use the appropriate word.
Quid pro quo, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't have to comment on it, but I know because I'm a politician and I know a lot about Zoom Lion and I know what they've done. But it's a quid pro quo. Thank you very much. If you want to comment, you can comment.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm not sure.
Quid pro quo, not quid pro quo.
Yeah,
quid pro quo.
I'm not sure.
That a man from Cape Mount there will make it. Going to Cape Mount home.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long. I'm not sure how long. Yeah, I'm not sure how long you've been a politician or been with the government, but when we came out with such a bold, uncompromising stand in 2011, 2012, we went to the House. We went to the House of Representatives. We had a meeting with all of the representatives. We went to the Senate. We had a meeting with all of the representatives. And no one, not one of them, had the decency, had the courage to step up and support our action, even though we presented them with the same evidence we gave to the World Bank. Even one person could have stood up and say, you know what? Let's support these Liberian companies. You people did not. And I'm holding every senator, every representative accountable who was part of the House at that time.
It was great part of the House at the time?
I don't know, but
no, Fanta. What year are we talking about here?
We're talking about.
Stop the TM.
Wait, we have no great show.
That's what I'm trying to make, right?
What year are we talking about? Fanta, back here.
It was 2012.
Fanta, this is Spoon Talk, and sometimes it will be interesting when we make this serious.
I can give the years. Right. So it was the second term of Allen. This was 2011, 2012, going into 2013. Now,
you went to the House of Representatives and you presented,
yes,
right?
We did.
All right. And you remember Grace sitting in session?
I don't quite recall.
Okay.
And trust me, if I did, right?
Representative 2011.
Right? If I did,
and I know they met the leadership. It's not the plenary.
But she's talking. She can say it. I mean, why are you saying that? She knows who she met.
I know they met the leadership. That's
okay. Did you meet the entire 73 members?
No, that's a leadership.
No, it was a committee.
But let the woman answer. I beg you, great.
Yeah, it was a committee. So we wrote the House and they put a committee together to meet with us. But here's the thing, though, that we should take into consideration when a citizen, a company petitions the House of Representatives, right? Their representatives. I would be of the conviction that letter will be read to the entire assembly. I could be wrong, right? Same thing for the House, for the Senate. Now, we have to be very honest and very truthful. I am a Liberian. I will die a Liberia. If I get deported, I will get deported to Liberia. I will go in Ghana and eat my dry rice and my sardine every single day, and I will die a happy person. If we don't start holding ourselves accountable, we will never take the progress of our country seriously. We are each culpable, whether directly engaged or not directly engaged, into every mismanagement, every misdirection, every corruption. If we don't speak up, we are responsible. If we just have these discussions in our living rooms, on our dining tables, we are responsible. If we do not ensure our voices are heard and have the courage to bring these discussions to such platforms. We are responsible. Because when Liberia is better, it's better for all Liberians. If Liberia is bad, it's bad for all Liberians. You can't say you will live in your mansion like you put up your gate in your air conditioner watching your CNN. While your neighbor in a zinc shop right next to you don't even have one cup of rice to eat. What do you think is gonna happen? Your security is threatened. I'm knocking on your gate as the woman in the zinc house. How come you sitting here watching your CNN and I don't even have a cup of rice to eat? So Liberian issues are for all Liberians, and all Liberians are responsible.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, before you comment on this segment, you, Dr. You, Uncle Sam, and Fandela Patrick, let me ask two quick questions. I have not had the chance to ask questions. Let's go back to Zoom Lion, Fanta. Your organization right now, are they in this bidding process?
No.
No. Are you still running the waste management company?
We have the expertise and we can consult, but we're not directly engaged.
Okay, so you are not in the current negotiation?
No.
Okay, so then let me, 2020, 2011, 2012, when you heard about Zoom Lion, who directly in Liberia during the government, who actually, let's go down the line, who was the city mayor at the time?
Mary Bro.
Mary Bro. Did you talk to Mary Bro about your company?
Yes. As I mentioned, like Mary Bro will call us at 3 a.m. in the morning. That's how close of a relationship we had established.
What was the reason Mary Bro couldn't say yes? You guys should be awarded this contract.
That's a personal question you have to ask, but it wasn't based on capacity, because even when the city could not do their responsibility, they will call us to pick up after them. So it wasn't.
Did they give you a letter that you are not the one? Your company wasn't chosen? Did they give you letter?
No. Of course, like a generic, you have not been like awarded the bid type of letter. But as I said, we went to the PPCC. Every single entity that you can think about, you go through that list, and I look at it, it just brings back so much memory. Like, it's the same people, it's the same organizations, and they filled Liberians. Then it will be, this is their time to take an opportunity to course correct and do the right thing.
So you were denied. You were actually denied. You and your team. You came to America. You engaged World Bank. Yeah, I have never heard that before. The World Bank listened to you and your team and said we will send a delegation to Liberia. So are you saying that if a corrupt activity is taking place in the country that involve World Bank funding, we can engage World Bank yet?
Yes, absolutely. So the reason why it was unheard of, once again, going back to Liberians just have these side, bar conversations. And when they finally find that small coverage to speak up about it, there's no evidence, right? At least not substantial enough for the World Bank to put a team of each individual. They're paying probably $250,000, $300,000, $500,000 to put on the plane and send them to a hot, small country on the west coast of Africa to investigate corruption, investigate their history. It's never happened. But because of what we collected, it was overwhelming. And I'll give you this name.
What did you collect? What did you collect?
Data. We collected data on the collection practices. So the World Bank sponsored 30% of the waste collection in the city of Monrovia, right? So that consisted of communities where you will see waste bins. So each communities like Banaville, Ben and Star, Banaville Junction, Supermarket, Kinjo, Kinjo, Banjo, Lokintan. I mean, there are waste bins in these various communities, right? We were based in the Congo Town area, so every morning we went down. I mean, we were meticulous about this. We went down to calculating the amount of fuel it takes for each of our trucks, the distance from each truck to each waste bin in the various communities, how many minutes, hours, time frame each driver spent on collecting waste from those communities, how long it took them to deliver to the landfill, how long it took them from the landfill back to the site. And in addition to that, we were collecting intelligence. Who always entering the market? What were their market entry strategies? Who were they engaging with? Right? All of those information was being collected. That's how meticulous we were, because we were committed to delivering the best for Liberians. So if only our people, if only Liberians, if only we, if only we can take up the initiative to be our own stewards, to be our own advocates, right? And hold our government accountable, especially with initiative that is benefiting Liberian communities. We should not be silent players. We should be active.
So I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. We still get 3 or 4 individuals, panelists, to ask a question. My last question here. We'll listen to the former president, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, today. I want you to take a listen, and I want your response to what she's saying. She said that today on ELBC.
This city is filthy. Filthy, and it needs to be addressed. Many of the people, including the mayor himself, lead and they go to all the other countries and they see how it is. I go to Freetown and I see Freetown. Freetown is no more powerful, no more resourceful, no more something than Liberia. And I see the city of Freetown. The place is clean. Yes, they have small markets, but those markets are organized. It's organized because the mayor there takes some action to do it. You look at this, look right over in the ministerial complex. They bring all the dirt, they flow. Nobody say they deny you from your livelihood, but you can do it in a proper way. You can do it in a cleanful way. Cleanliness is something of godliness.
Yeah, that's wild, because, and I know I keep making this point, but is just a fact. We cleaned the city. We cleaned the city to a point where we were begging communities for trash. We used to go outside of our perimeters into communities that were not part of the World Bank funding to collect their trash. We will leave our numbers. We will advertise our numbers. If you see trash, call us. We were not just on the end of collecting and dumping. We were hunting for trash, because it also fed into our bottom line, right? And we knew that it was gonna, it had direct benefit to the communities in which those trash were being removed from. I mean, our scope did not include drainages. It did not include river banks. It did not include lake banks. It did not even include some market locations, but we were active in those locations. There are many days our front end loader would get stuck trying to get into a river bank to remove trash from there, or trying to squeeze into a community that had no access way. This is how active we were. And if you call Mary Broad today, not tomorrow, not call her right now and mention Fanta Kamara, how we cleaned the city of Monrovia, it was unheard of. So it's not impossible, but it's something if we go this route of exporting, this responsibility to a foreign company. We've done it, it's happened, it can happen again.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I went off. Something is happening. The weather on the side is changing. I think Mama is here in Philadelphia. We're experiencing with some thunderstorm. Mary, sorry to call your location. Glenn just looked at me and I had to say that. But he announced it. He said he was coming here. So I will see Mama on the weekend. Glenn, you can join us if you want. But back to the topic.
Oh, I got to do it here. Mama's career today.
That's okay. You can join us. You want to join us like you did for Fatima?
So
let's go back. Mama, I want you, after Paul Kennedy, you should come here. I know you have a technical issue too, but we got to get on this story. It's very, very important. My last question, because I went off. How much money did the Liberian government pay? How much money did the Liberian government pay concerning Zoomline?
I don't know. You mean now or back then?
Back then.
How much did the Liberian government pay Zoomlion?
No, because we're saying that World Bank complained of certain amount of money. right?
No. So the World Bank funded.
How much?
So the contract, I think over the entire period, we're in 30 million upwards. I stand corrected. And this was over a period of time. So we came in 2009. I believe the project was established maybe in 07 or 08. We can check that. But over the lifetime of the project, because this was a pilot program to test to see if Liberians will be capable of, carrying out these services. And that's why I mentioned earlier that there's short-term contracts, 3 months here, 6 months there, to see if to measure the results of the short-term programs. So there were pilots until we came in, put the data together, and pitch for a longer-term contract. So the Liberian government did not contribute anything. This was 100% World Bank funded.
So the 30 million came in. If it was 30 million, all of the monies came in.
Yeah, as I said, there were like 3 companies at the time, right? NC Senator, Libra Sanitation, and our company. And mind you, they had an evaluation and management office from Germany. Like, why? We can't find a Liberian manager to evaluate the collection of waste. We had to hire our German company. They were probably paying those German companies.
What's the name of your company? What's the name of your company?
I will get you the name. I will get you the name. It's actually
asking for your company, not the German company.
Yeah, your company name.
Yeah, Caspian.
Caspian was your company. Thank you. Well, let's get in. Let's get you, Uncle Sam, my brother, Aunt Abula Mambe, VP. Paul?
Thank you. Yeah. Good evening, Madam Camaro, if I may call you.
Sure. Good evening.
And good evening to our viewers and to the panel. I'm passionate because my professional career started with sanitation in Monrovia in 1991. I was one of those people who RCRC, put together to clean the city. A very young man at this time, you volunteer. But over that time till now, we just heard the former president speak, Madam Camara. The waste management system in Liberia has failed. FAILED, failed. And with your extensive knowledge, just from what you presented to us, of the understanding of the trash management system, from the generation to the segregation, transportation, to the disposal, whether it's autoclaving or incineration, what would you say is that one or two things that the country needs to effectuate this trash management system? It's not just as simple as everybody saying it. It's a very complicated system. If you don't do it right, the country will continue to be dirty. If you were given the opportunity to tell us, Liberian people, what we need to to enhance that system, what will it be tonight?
Yeah, I know I was very brief in my intro, and it was intentional because I'm horrible at talking about myself. But I worked for Bank of America for almost Bank of America Merrill Lynch for almost a decade. My record that I left with that company was saving more than $1 billion in operation cost. I led several programs from digital transformation to cybersecurity defense, technology operations, cloud computing, the list goes on. As a leader, I like to overly simplify things. And I think is the best way for us to approach problem solving. If we make problem solving complicated, then it seems like even the layman, right? Mamusu. And my grandma name is Mamusu. So I'm not taking jobs at any like Mamusu's like out there, right? It makes it very easy for the everyday people to become stakeholders in solving those problems, because these are not problems that are removed from them. So let's simplify it. Let's remove the complication, the complexities of it. It's not multifaceted. In order to ensure effective waste management in Liberia, Let's just start with Monrovia. Let's forget the rest. Let's start with Monrovia. It's simple. It's very simple. Install bins, waste bins, at strategic location across the city. Number one. Number two, ensure the management team is dedicated. As I said, we live, we eat, we breathe, we slept, we woke up, we drank, breakfast, lunch, and dinner was waste management. Ensure the management team is passionate about delivering the best solution for the Liberian people. That's the only way they will be dedicated to actually, monitoring and administering the type of solutions that are required to manage waste, right? So the waste management team, very crucial. Installing waste bins in strategic locations, very crucial. Ensuring frequent visits, right, to remove those waste bins from those locations, very important. What I mean by that is, okay, for a location like Douala Market, Rayla Market, you will have several bins. Instead of going once a day, you will go at like minimally twice a day, morning, evening, or 3 times a day, morning, midday, evening time. If you see, like now Rayla has 4 lanes. Back then it had just 2 lanes. So we couldn't go 3 times. We went 2 times. One in the morning, one in the evening time. And that's how we're able to manage waste in, those high production areas. So now that Rayla has 4 lanes, right? There's 4 lanes, you can do 3 times a day. So in those areas where their overproduction, ensures frequent trips to those areas, right? Ensure there are adequate equipment on the landfill to constantly compress, right? To avoid any delays of the driver. So the driver comes, let them have a way to just dispose, go right back out, pick up, and come back and dispose, right? Ensure, and there's so many other businesses that can be created when you talk about the recycling, energy, all of that, like from waste management, like alone. And those facilities were being established then. What happened to it? Mismanagement, I have no idea. But that, in managing of the landfill in that way, will ensure that the drivers are not delayed in their disposal of the waste, right? Preach or advocate a culture of cleanliness in Liberia. So what I mean by that is, let's not make waste management to be a low level, right? A low level activity. Let's actually create educational programs as we do with health, because it's directly tied to health. If inadequate waste management leads to health-borne diseases, like, as we know, we suffer mainly from malaria and typhoid in Liberia. We can cure ourselves by just cleaning our waterways, right?
Thank you.
So in addition, and I'm just going to wrap up. In addition to advocating for better, healthcare and and health practices, add waste and sanitation to that, because it's directly tied to it. So if we implement those very simple things, and lastly, let the government, right, sponsor those existing waste management entities to build their capacities and increase their equipment, waste collection equipment, street cleaning equipment, D9s, right? I became a Caterpillar fiend. D9s, D7s on the landfill to show that constant compression is happening. So
thank you very much. Excellent points. Let me just finalize let me give my final question. Mm-hmm. You listed a lot of practical activity. I was hoping to hear the policy enforcement aspect, but let me trace that in the question. Do you think, and I've been to Singapore and Tokyo, those are some of the cleanest cities on earth.
I agree.
It just didn't happen that way. You got police officers standing with ticket in their hand for jail term. Literally 5 to 10 years. Do you think policy enforcement as a part of the component of waste management and monetizing the payment of garbage collected from a household could be 2 components you could add to the entire system to make it effective? Do you think enforcing policy will be a part of the component that can make garbage or waste collection effective in Monrovia? Thank you. That was my last question.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do not think we should criminalize. I think we should be very careful with that. We can employ, waste agents or waste cadets, right? To parole from one community to the next. Once again, back to that advocacy, back to that, active engagement with the communities. And we did it and it worked. As I said, we were hunting for garbage. Each community we went to, we educated them on how to dispose of their waste, when to dispose of their waste, right? And we saw that we saw a significant amount of transformation just in that simple educational practices, in those simple educational practices. So
but soon as you left, the waste came right back.
Well, not necessarily until our last day, right? Sometimes you will have in communities where the bin is empty and they're putting the waste on the ground. When we went to those communities and educated them to say, no, this is why you should put it in the bin without any monetary incentives or like what have you, right? They started doing that because they saw that now we were actively engaging them and making them stakeholders in the process. We give them a seat at the table to let them know, hey, if you put this on the ground, it's going to flow into your waterways. That well, what are you drawing? And you dropping trash right near that well is going into your water. When your stomach starts hurting you, it's because of the waste, the trash that you put on the ground. So we connected the dots and we found those simple conversations to be extremely, extremely efficient. So we don't have to criminalize, but we can be great advocates.
Thank you, guys. We hope we have time to move across to the next topic, but we want to keep Fanta Kamara on the show while the rest of the team asks their question. Very, very interesting conversation. I can announce that the CEO of Zoom Lion may be our guest on Thursday. He's watching you. He's listening to you. He's in Liberia currently. He will pick up from the airport like 3 hours ago. He was told that you will be coming on Spoon Talk. He's watching the show. We were asking for your message. You'll be speaking directly to him. He will be engaging. He will be talking to us tomorrow, but he will be coming on our set on Thursday to engage the nation. They are talking about the new Zoom Live, the transformation Zoom Live. So I just want to say, they really want me to tell you that they are watching and listening to you. I'm on the phone, we're texting back and forth, and we hope that we can have him on to make this very interesting. Why do we need Zoom Live? This is the place to be that we can talk about Zoom Live. Uncle Sam, Mame, Vandetta Patrick, Conor Gray. Let's go ahead, sir.
Ibenue. I'm Zoom. Ibo.
Kasuba Kamame.
Okay, Issa way. Okay, listen. Fanta is one of my favorite people on the planet. World-class beauty, but brains. And I don't say this about many Liberians. I don't say this. Rarely do I confer brains, brilliance on Liberia. Rarely. And Fanta is one of them. I saw her come to Liberia with a passion. I saw her work hard in several businesses, and she's doing extremely well. But Fanta, let me just tell you something. You know why they will never accept you, the great brilliance, the world-class beauty you have? Because you and they ate dry rice and sardine together. That is the problem with Liberia. If you were a foreign girl, they will give you everything that you want. But you come from Ghana's, you ate with them in the same bowl, and you were hungry sometimes. They cannot wrap their heads around the fact that you have transcended that. And I like to talk about myself. I got my own oil company in Liberia, Liberty City. I know you always say, since I need to talk about yourself. But if I don't talk about myself, I don't teach people how Liberians are evil and wicked to each other. Liberty Sense, that my own oil company, they will never give me an oil block, but they will give Arthur Ezil blocks 11, 12, and 14. He will sell it for $200 million. I got my own iron ore company with an Australian firm. You can Google it, Terrain Capital. Go Google it. That's my partner. We came to Liberia. We formed a company, iron ore company. They drag us. 2004, my company, through GI Asia, we brought metal steel to Liberia. And Judy Bryan rested the contract for me because he said I was charged still of money I was using. So if you see my anger many times, it's because of what they have done to me in Liberia. I'm very angry. And Fanta, you should be extremely angry too, but don't manifest the anger that I because I'm old now. I don't give a hell, okay? But I can tell you, look, the origin of the whole garbage collection situation in Liberia, it is the most criminal, insane thing with the community-based enterprises. You know that Fanta, the CBEE that will go and collect the garbage in the community. That is not how garbage is collected anywhere in the world. Monrovia did not grow organically. Monrovia grew because of the war. There was this mass displacement. After the war, there was a perfect opportunity to put in systems in that place there. That I saw Madam Ellen, no offense to her, but she was one of the reasons why the system was not created. To see Mirabrook going on the street, the mayor collecting garbage, that's the system there. Let me speak on Zoomlion. Zoomlion, if they come back to Liberia, it will give them. It will confirm what Sam Jackson always say, that we are stupid, ignorant, and we don't know good life. We want nothing good for ourselves. You think a Liberian company will be allowed to go to Ghana and they will give you a $5,000 contract before you see a $200 million contract? So Fanta, all I have to say to you, because we know each other very well, we've discussed a lot of stuff over the years, I'm extremely proud of you. And this is an opportunity for Liberians to know who you are. Know who you are. World-class beauty and world-class brains. I thank you for all you do, and let God bless you forever.
Thank you so much, Uncle Sam. That means a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And you mean a lot to me, Fanta. Let God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I receive it. Thank you so much. I think you speak a lot of truth, and it's not something to take lightly. I got a bit emotional earlier, is because if we don't get this right, guys, we don't have another country. We don't get to go to another country to claim citizenship. We don't, we shouldn't have to live in prisons where we, like you build your house and you have 10,000 window bars. Just simple things like that. It's all connected. It's interconnected. If we build the capacities of Liberians, each Liberian being able to put food on their table will not see themselves having to be subjected to a level of attacking someone else. Therefore, you wouldn't have to live in prisons. Your walls wouldn't have to be so high. You don't have to drive like $1 million cars, if you just go to China, get machines and fix the roads, right? Do Ibrahim Traore. I mean, it's not rocket science. These are big problems with simple solutions. As mentioned earlier, I'm a Liberian. Ghana Debre Maope, Bassa community. That's where I live. I was born on Cry Hill, live in Looking Town. I mean, come on. Where else do we have to go? So this is not up for discussion. It has to be corrected. And whether Zoomlion wants to say they're a new company, they have been transformed, it's a charade. And anyone who believes that person is equally, I'm not even going to say sorry for saying it. If anyone believes that Zoomlion has changed, that person is an idiot. They're a complete idiot. Just on June 16, 2025, Joy News in Ghana, not Liberia, in Ghana, reported that after an extensive research done by an investigative journalist by the name of Manasseh Azure, a Ghanaian, they found overwhelming evidence of corruption against Zoomlion, that they had to revoke their contract from them. The President Muhammad had to revoke Zoomlion's contract. Just this month, we're still in June, right? Am I sleeping? No, we're in June. So June 16.
No, we are in July.
Sorry, okay, just last month, June 16.
Yeah.
Right? The investigative journalist came out with his report. And please Google it. YouTube it right now.
Quickly, Fanta.
We all should watch it.
Yeah,
so
quickly,
they shouldn't fool us. We're not stupid.
Lastly, you are under no obligation to say who your partners are. It is a corporate veil. Ownership is fiduciary, is confidential, okay? It's proprietary. Why don't they go ask Isae who their partners are? Why don't they go ask Elenito who their partners are? Why don't they go ask all the Lebanese people there, the Fula people there, who their partners are? Why don't they go ask Zoom Lion who their partners are? Because you from Crown Hill.
Yeah.
So you alone can't do it. So
no, it's impossible.
It's the veil. That's how they will try to discourage you. To actually, don't tell them who your partners are. It's none of their darn business. God bless
I will
you.
not even respond to that. I hope you're not talking to me, honestly. No, but you should, because the question was asked here. So that the question was asked here, so that should not be a response.
People sending me texts about her partner. People sending me texts.
That's not even right.
I'm saying we got to go on, guys.
People sending me texts about her partner.
Fanta, we want to say we appreciate you. We want to say, I know Uncle Sam, I know you're not speaking to anyone yet, but I'm saying, yes, we agree.
People sending me texts and asking me
Uncle Sam, I agree, Uncle Sam, it's true.
People sending me texts.
Yeah, people are saying texts too. Let me go ahead and bring in Mame, Vandetta Patrick, and Connor Green. Mame.
Yeah, Fanta, good to see you. You might have answered this. Yeah, you might have answered this question, but I was not on the show. When the World Bank said, I don't know, when the World Bank said Zoom Lion pay bribes to government officials, meaning they confirmed that somebody received the money. When the World Bank reported that they were inflicting costs on receipts and working with people, by any chance, do you know who was at the head of the city government or the city mayor when these things were happening? That's one. Two, do you know who were those people Zoom Lion agreed to have paid the bribes to? Who was at the head of City Hall, and who do you think Zoom Lion paid the bribe to, or who you know they paid the bribe to?
Yeah, I'm not one to be speculative, because frankly, you know, and I do this with my family members. I don't know how to sort of beat around the bush like about things. It's probably like a flaw of mine, which is perfectly fine. I'm good with it. The city mayor at the time was Mary Brock. The president at the time was Ellen Johnson, and the vice president was Boyka. So essentially the same layout, and it's in black and white is there.
Okay. My second question to you, I mean, we'll do analysis later, but my second question to you is the capacity to raise fund, get logistics, and do all the work to keep the city clean. I mean, you the expert on, you know, sanitation and stuff. Will it be a good model if Liberian companies partner with international companies to implement city cleaning programs like the one we are talking about? Will it be a good model to do so?
That would be despicable. That would be very disgraceful. I don't know how else to like say it, but we have, as I said, you know, for a company like mine, we were established since 2009. We're in 2025. We have built the intellectual capacity to have these discussions and empower Liberians. It is not it's not rocket science. We're not building a rocket ship. So to say that you would take $200 million of Liberia hard-earned tax-paying money to go and empower a foreign company to capacitate Liberians, in what way?
No.
Just 1 second. Let me think.
Let me put a question.
Just 1 second. Let me just lay this out for you, right? So the capacity that often they like to focus on is the lack of equipment. It's not the know-how. It's not the management. It's the equipment. Okay, let's solve that equipment problem. Let's call up our Chinese partners and let's get some front-end loaders shipped, right? Let's get some trucks, some dump trucks shipped. Let's get some bins shipped. I can tell you the prices of those things. They're not $200 million. This is not a complicated problem. It's a simple problem with a very simple solution. So let's not overcomplicate it. Anything done to the contrary will be intentional and will be structured to intentionally degrade and hurt the Liberian people. I don't want to mince my words. It's saying the Liberian people are stupid and they're not good enough to claim their own garbage. It's not rocket science. I can host a class on how to do effective waste management as a Liberian. We don't need a foreign partner for that. Let them come and build our water dam to keep electricity stable. So I don't have to depend on stable electricity just during the rainy season in Ghana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person.
Yeah, we have to do analysis. And again, Fanta, begging you if you can come back. I'm fighting you making an adjustment. The CEO of Zoomlion should be leaving on Thursday. Tomorrow is their presentation. That we were trying to squeeze him in, that he can come and present to the Liberian people tomorrow. But thereafter, we want to have you back. And I know we'll talk after the show, because he got a lot to say. Because when you pointed out a new Zoomlion, and you just, Mama just asked a unique question. They are saying that, listen, we do not have, Liberians do not have the financial will, the equipment to do this. But just when you answer the question, and say we can go to China and bring those things in, I know he will speak to you tomorrow, but that's a major argument. Do you really think we have those equipment, not the manpower, but do you really think we have the material? We have everything. They are talking about a lot of money, over $100 million of investment in equipment and material to bring to Liberia.
You gave a Liberian man a $200 million contract. You can go to the bank and finance it. Simple.
Simple.
Listen, I am asking a question.
I'm telling you.
To that point, right, Staten, and I'm glad you asked that question. Let me answer this very, 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 very simply for you. You know Black Gina? Let me tell you where to find trucks. Black Gina. You will find
Black Gina.
Oh, Black Gina.
Come on, Staten. Like, we need to revoke your card. If you don't know Black Gina, we need to revoke your Liberian card. Check out town, Black Gina, right? Now where all the trucks are lined up. Any heavy duty mechanic you're looking for, go to Black Gina, check out town. You will find trucks, dump trucks lined up. You will find yellow machines lined up. Across Douala, you will have yellow machines, right? If today, let's put everything else out the window. If today the government was to say, we will give this contract to a Liberian person, even though, and I will say this, right? I have not been proud of some of the actions of this government, and I've, considered staying out of their activities completely. I know friends who work very closely with them, and good on them, good for them, good riddance. For the sake of Liberia, I will put that animosity aside. If the government makes the decision today, I guarantee you, within a month, we will clean the city of Monrovia, where you will eat from the ground. Take that as my word. Negotiate for the contract to be given to a Liberian company, and I will work with that company to clean the entire city of Monrovia, where you will eat off the ground in a month. That's my word.
Wow. Listen, thank you very much. Fandela Patrick, our brother Conor Gray, and then we'll stop this far because we got to jump into this thing. I really appreciate Fanta. And at the end of the show, we'll say, sweet, sweet Fanta Jalo. Ooh, Fanta Jalo. Go ahead, Fanta.
Thank you, Fanta. It's good to have you here. Prior to the show, a very good friend of mine spoke highly about you. Ali Kamara is a cybersecurity expert, used to work with the World Bank. And I think for some reason we might have interfaced. But thank you. Fundamentally, CEO, if I was president of this country, the name Zoomlion would have been erased, completely erased. President Bouaka is firing people for acts of corruption, suspending them because they smell with the aroma of corruption. Then a company that was caught pens down using the same name, Zoomlion, defrauded us in this country, stole from us, lied. They were debarred, banned from operating in this country. Then after a few years, you go out and reincarnate and come back. Have you seen a red deer going in the church to worship where the lion is the bishop? That deer rather die in sin than to go for salvation in the church and the life is taken away. Zoom lion has no moral credential to pay for anything. They have established a record of criminality. For the fact that you even decide to pick up a man on this platform to justify an act of criminality with the hope they will get a contract, that would be the greatest political accident ever in the history of this country. And JMB must be seen. You're suspending people because they smell with corruption scent. But again, I think this is what I think must be done. There are several Liberian companies. I don't want to push for a single company to be awarded. We should think about the creation of a consortium of Liberian solid waste companies. So if you have a contract like maybe $30 million, or other consortium, member of the consortium that has to do with solid waste, they will have something to do. It will be a form of resource, mobilization for those companies. After the contract, they will still have funding. But a single company, I don't support that. Or even if that company, Liberian company, is awarded this contract, there is a need for future preparation to have a consortium. Liberians must learn to work together as a team, because there will be instances where you don't have certain technical capacity. The other company has it. You don't have the equipment. The other company has it. You don't have the manpower. The other company has it. So when you guys come together as a consortium, you have a contract, let's say 30 million, 25 million. It can be appropriated based on the kind of work you would do. You will get maybe 10 million. You will have 5 million. At the end of the day, this entire city will be clean. In conclusion, Zoom Lion should never, ever come around anything that has to do with bidding. For the fact that they were even granted an opportunity to bid, it is a form of encouragement for criminality. Imagine people that were dismissed yesterday and JMB start bringing them in government because they are being mentally purified, or maybe they restitute the money. Is that the kind of thing we want to do? We want to send a message to our children that when you have a company, you steal, you should not come here. You will not be welcome. This is a new Liberia. And my sister, thank you very much for the kind of work that you are doing. Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think what we don't
Thank
realize.
you very much, VP. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, I think what we don't realize and what we don't take to heart, right? Because it's always, we always remove ourselves from corruption, but corruption is not just a crime. It is an act of economic violence against the Liberian people. Can we live with that? For nothing else, just for this contract. Can we live with that? Committing economic violence against the Liberian people. We should think about it. Please go ahead, Staten.
Yeah, we got one. The last corner standing, Colonel Edward McBray. That gave you the time for your 2 questions.
Yes, Fanta. Good day, my sister. One thing I was in Liberia in 2009 and saw one of my friends, Samuel TK, and how he struggled, to put his company together. He used to bid for some of these fairly used front loaders and so on from upstate New York and so on. So, I mean, the guy went busting his behind just to get things going. And then only for Millbro to cancel his contract, and they ended up with the president. I think you spoke about that already, I know. But Zoom Lion could make the contention that they were not the only company that were discounted by the World Bank. Liberian-owned companies as well. What would you say about that?
Anyone found guilty of corruption should be banned. Look, let's not mince words about this. It's about time that if no other generation did anything about corruption, this generation does just that. We have to turn the leaf. We can't grow with the shackles of corruption. We have to free ourselves of that. So be it my sister, my uncle, my brother, my cousin, if you're found guilty with overwhelming evidence, you should be banned. If you don't take the service that you're providing to the Liberian people seriously, or if you don't uphold a sense of integrity, if integrity is not centric to your being, to your core, you should not be engaged in those activities. Found something else to do. That's fine. We all don't have to be in the same industry, because it's not a pretty industry. If you're familiar, it's a very, it's an industry that most people will refer to as dirty. Most people don't want the waste management. They prefer manicured jobs, sitting behind like a desk. If you choose to be in that industry, that means you truly want to make a difference, because it's the dirtiest of the dirtiest. So if you're there and you violate in that manner, where you feel so emboldened and so blatant to commit such a crime and say, well, I did it, and then be given a second chance, even if the World Bank lifted your ban 2-3 years later, the fact that you were emboldened to be engaged in such a crime on such a level, on such an international, this wasn't a Liberian contract, it was a World Bank contract. You violated international law. If Liberia gives this contract to Zoomlion, what does that say about Liberia in its management of corruption? As you rightly stated, you want to throw people in jail for, stealing one bag of rice, but you will give $200 million of Liberian taxpayers' dollars to Zoomlion. So it doesn't matter if it's my uncle. If you're caught, you should be banned. Simply said.
So let me tap on your expertise. For me, I'm totally against the idea of incorporating foreign businesses into our country, especially a sole proprietorship, when they're that encourages capital flight from. We might be the richest country. Maybe Uncle Sam can tell us from his book, but the way we manage our wealth is so absurd. But if you ask me, I would say there are other pieces of this endeavor that can be lifted by somebody like yourself. I believe our landfill is an archaic way of managing waste. I could be wrong, totally based on ignorance. But I want you to tell me exactly why we have not moved from, and you were outlining some of those clearly, that you have something like a recycling plant or anything. I know those things might sound like heaven in our ears, but they're not hard to achieve. Why have we not moved from this landfill archaic way of doing things and start thinking about redeveloping recycling plants, and that way we'll be able to spoof our energy sector in another way. Help me out, my sister.
Look, I'll put it this way, and I think they have demonstrated the best solution in to what appears to be a very complicated problem. Singapore has done a fantastic job for such a small country. They were once ridding with a trash problem. By implementing simple solutions, like, as I mentioned, effective waste collection practices, effective waste management entities, right? Adding things like incinerators, right? So separating the waste to where you're not just taking everything to the landfill, because that way it gets filled very quickly. You have to then go and build another landfill. And not as if to say we have a land problem. We don't have a land problem. We have, massive amount of lands. We still have 45% of West Africa's rainforest. I mean, that's a conversation for another day. But the point is that we could be more efficient and by implementing those simple solutions. So effective waste management policies, waste management collection, and for the landfill, really taking very seriously the separation of waste, the type of waste, right? And then determining what to incinerate versus what to further convert to something else. I mean, we could get, as I mentioned, energy, methane, right? We could make other things out of just the amount of plastic waste that we generate annually. I mean, come on. when you pick up a bottle today, with most bottles of water here, like in the US, or even, juices or what have you, it says recyclable, right? Or it says made from recyclable plastic. Means that sack of that water sachet bag, that bottle that you just drank water from, can be turned into another bottle. We don't have to dispose of it, right? Or just dispose of it. We can create another solution. I think another panelist was mentioning this, right? Creating a consortium of businesses centered around waste management. It's a huge industry. It's with limitless opportunities. If we only focus on waste management and ensuring that we establish a decent structure that is efficient, we could solve the youth employment or the youth unemployment problem. Just like that. It's not complicated. Simple example I'll give you. And so with Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, I know we're Gen Ls, we're Gen Zs. Like, what can I say? He's the guy of our time. Okay, great. He asked for bids to construction companies to build the roads. The bid they gave him was 100 times more, whether it was French companies or what have you. And he said, you know what? If I have to take all these millions and give it to you in bribe just to build this road, because now you threaten me, I don't have the capacity, or you don't have the capacity, you don't have the know-how. How about I take these millions and I go procure the equipment and I bring them? And with the high unemployment problem that I have in my country, for everywhere the road crosses, every youth in that community will be trained to build that road, to build their portion of the road. So take, for example, Garnersville. Say Liberia adopted something similar. From Freeport to Garnersville, if that road was being constructed, I know the Japanese already did it, I'm just saying, stick with me. If that road was to be constructed and we took those millions, right, and bought the equipment and actually trained the youth in that community. If you are familiar with the Garnersville belt, you know how densely populated it is. Thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of youth in the Garnersville area alone. That's hundreds of thousands of jobs just from Freeport to Banaville Junction. Take from Banaville Junction to Red Light. Take from Red Light to 72nd. Take from Freeport to Walmart Bridge. The list goes on. The same strategy applies to waste management. There's so many businesses that can be created from waste management if we only do this the right way. And giving it to a foreign entity to make millionaires out of their people is not the right way. It's a failure. It will be a huge failure, and we will be sitting biting our nails.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me play a piece of this, and then we'll wrap this up. This is what happened in Ghana. Let's listen, folks.
Not to renew youth employment agency contracts with Zoom Lion. And this is following a petition by investigative journalist Manasseh Azure. Government has also said that they will increase sweepers' fees, another sticking point around this controversial Zoom Lion contract. But the company says the contract died a natural death and they are ready to compete in any subsequent procurement processes. This morning we have in studio the investigative journalist Manasseh Azure for all the perspectives on this issue. Manasseh, it's a pleasure to host you on the AM show.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Kojo Brace.
Manasseh, I'm sure you've read the response from the Zoom Lion. Over the weekend, we've been having chats on the whole issue. Then this comes. When you read the response, what do you make of it? Well, the response doesn't really say anything or answer any substantive question or the sticking points in this conversation. In the first place, the president's letter was clear. This contract has been existing since 2006. Every 2 years, it expires and is renewed. The president says this time it's not going to be renewed. It's a discontinuation. I don't think nobody said anywhere that this was a contract that was terminated. So obviously the company doesn't have anything to say.
the real issues behind the discontinuation of the contract are, one, there are issues of corruption. Two, the people who are supposed to work, who are sweeping, who battle with the field, are treated like slaves, while the company takes a chunk of the revenue. And then we also even have the most important point that everybody should be looking forward to is they can decide to
Okay, we're trying. It's a very long interview, and we're trying to cut it. But as you yet outline so many issues that listen, this contract cannot be renewed again. And the key, massive corruption, even in Ghana, corruption in Liberia connected to World Bank funding, corruption in Ghana. My question is, who forces the line on us?
Seriously.
Who are the people that out of the God? Okay, I'm going back to and I don't know. But who forces the line on us? This is the disgrace.
Your audio blabbing. I don't know if it's from my end. Maybe.
I think he's frozen right now. I don't know if he was ending.
Yeah, it's on my end. The weather. Am I back? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're static.
Go and come back. Go on and come back.
Yeah, the councillor said, "Yeah, he can do it. Go on and come back."
Go on and come back.
Yeah, he froze on. He froze on.
Yeah,
Who else? Who else?
Come on, my friend.
I think everybody had gone through. I don't know. I think he was trying to end now.
There will be no selected justice. No selected justice. Go on.
If everybody asks question, will Fanta, thank you for coming. I mean, we appreciate your support to this conversation. We will ask you to give closing comments, and then we'll do our analysis. Most of the things you say, we agree. Some we don't agree. But we can't take all the time. Very resourceful conversation. Just close up, and then we'll do the rest.
Yeah. So this is not an exercise where I'm here to seek the permission, the consensus, of the people. So nobody has to agree with me. I don't want to mince my words about that. I'm here to advocate for decency for the Liberian people. I'm here to advocate for the small businesses who struggle every day. I'm here to advocate for the thousands of people who abandon their families at home just to put food on the table. I'm here to advocate for those, push, wheelbarrows, CBEs, as we refer to them as, right? I'm here to advocate for an industry that should be established in a way that is not without the government support. I mean, taking such an amount in this capacity, as I mentioned, the Liberia revenue is 700 million, give or take, plus or minus, and 200 million of that is 30%. That's 30% of taxpayers' dollars we are considering to take an export to make other country richer and leave the Liberian people destitute. For how long are we going to continue to do that? How do we afford to sleep in our very cushy, beds and mattresses and pillows at night, knowing that there are Liberians out there who haven't even had like a cup of rice that entire day for their family, most of them having to share a full of bread. There's not even an argument here. And anyone, as I mentioned, who agrees or disagrees with my stance, who agrees with Zoomline and think there should be reinstated or they should be giving this government, you're anti-Liberian, and I'm going to call you out right now. You're anti-Liberian, you're not a Liberian, you're not for Liberia, and you're for the breaking down of Liberian families, because if each family member has to leave to go and find their daily bread, when they can simply be empowered by the very taxes that they pay, instead you take that and you give that to a foreign nation, you're anti-Liberian. You're anti the progress of Liberians, and Liberians should be very, very angry about that. They should take it very seriously. It's not something to push off to the elites to have discussions about. each and every Liberian should be active stakeholders in their own decision making and not allow these decisions to be made for them. This is a crime, and it's going to be an economic crime against the Liberian people. If it's allowed to happen, the government should really take this opportunity to course correct. Otherwise, it will be a big missed opportunity, and it will be very shameful for them, frankly, for such an administration that claims to have to be surrounded by a lot of smart people. If these smart people are just sitting there on their cushy office chairs collecting paychecks and not advising whoever is making this decision to look the other way and prioritize the Liberian people, it's not only going to be a failure, but it should be a crime that should be prosecuted to the fullest. It is borderline treasonous because you're against the progress of this state. As I said, it's not for anyone to agree with me. I was born Liberian, I will die Liberian, and I will always advocate for what's best for Liberia. So I don't need anyone on that journey with me, on that train with me. Where the truth belongs is where I'm going to say, as a Muslim, first and foremost, integrity is core to who I am. Is a value that's been instilled in me, from the time I knew myself. My parents have done everything that they could in their weakest way. I remember a time like my father, working for the ministry, having to sacrifice, at times portions of food just to send me to schools like convents, like St. Teresa Convent or Jimmy Jolcon. So at the end of the day, no family should have to do that. You shouldn't have to compromise food on your table for ensuring the education of your children. That's a basic life necessity and life right. And the way we do that is to empower every single Liberian, is to empower small businesses so that they can continue to empower the masses. At the end of the day,
Thank you.
I never said this. You called Jimmy Jolcon, where actually I attended Jimmy Jolcon. What year were you in Jimmy Jolcon? Let's leave that for the back talk. Don't tell them.
St. Philip, St.
What year you were there? What year you went there? What year you
went there? No. You want to get into the facts.
He jumping everywhere, right? Where's your warehouse?
Why are you attacking the man for now? Why are you attacking the man for?
But thank you so much.
I want to bring you up because you said something very important. Please allow me. A lot of folks watching the show right now, they're asking for your contact. Should I share your contact with them?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm gonna put it in the chat room. A lot of people want to talk to you. I think where we are tomorrow, Zoomlion is presenting. But let me say, now I zoom in this because I want us to, before you leave, the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning is headed by Augustine Pay Gaffron. The Ministry of Public Works, Roland Gillens. Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Yabawuro Yuri. Pinza City Hall, I forgot the mayor, somebody can help me. Moravia City Hall is John Shaffer. The Civil Society Group, the Watch Commission, community-based enterprises, and small and medium enterprises. Now, we have all of them. Your message to them directly, I'm going to keep this of why you speak to them directly in making the decision as to who should be given this contract, why you have Zoomlion included.
Do better, grow some courage, grow the necessary conviction to put Liberians before your own personal desires, your own personal needs. No matter how much money Zoomlion puts in your pocket, it's not going to fatten your pocket up, right? Your pockets, even your pockets have limits. So rather than you putting up, your fence very high with the extra cash that Zoomlion puts in your pocket, ensure to empower a Liberian company so that cash goes into your communities. So you don't have to raise your fence and you don't have to be stuck in your house watching your CNN. Do better for the Liberian people and make the right decision, or live to regret for the rest of your life.
Do you think 4 months ago, the city mayor of Monrovia and the city mayor of Painesville flew into Ghana. They were invited by Zoomlion to take a look at their own company over there, the one that actually maybe the Ghanaian government shut down. Do you think they should have gone, knowing everything we know today, and invite them to Liberia?
I think it was irresponsible because we live in a digital age. It's not as if you can't find the information you're looking for. If you're invited by a potential foreign partner, do your diligence, investigate that entity for your own integrity, to maintain your own integrity, to not be associated or not compromise, right? Whatever you have been building just because you think. Once again, most of these decisions are driven by personal gains and personal desires. And as someone serving in the public eye, you should prioritize the interest of the public over your own. So I think it was selfish. I think it was irresponsible. And look, there's still time to course correct, right? There's still time to course correct. You haven't awarded the contract yet. Do the right thing and make the right decision. But it was irresponsible, simply said.
My last question, and I beg.
But if you have, ask me also.
My last question, then you can leave. We have a problem, and actually, it's a big problem. The Senate have called on the agriculture minister, but the World Bank funds that were given for small agriculture project. A lot of information coming up that senators, representatives, ministers have tapped into that project, and they have gotten big chunk of the money. Now you reported the funding concerning Zoomlion and Liberia. Is there a way now that we investigate the World Bank project, money that was distributed? It didn't reach the small farmers, and folks are passionate about this. We have Americana walking away with 250,000. Besson got Fanny walking away with 75,000. Past some current ministers and government officials walking away with some of the money. Some of them cannot even tell us the farm they have. What you did before, can we investigate this?
Absolutely.
I asked the question intentionally, openly. Can you look into it? Can we look into the way the money went out there and how it was spent?
Look, so there's a famous saying in Liberia, where there is a way, there's a way, right? If we intend to investigate and prove beyond reasonable doubt that these people were engaged in corruption regarding this initiative, there's a way to find that out. So this is where the investigative journalists have to do their job. The people who are were called or are stakeholders have to do their job and have the courage, have the decency to collect adequate data and be able to prove and substantiate that these actions actually occurred. In this age of digitization, as a technologist, it's not impossible. It's rather simple. There are traces whenever electronic transaction takes place, or even beyond that. Let's take it outside of that, because maybe like they give them like a rice bag. There's a way to gather that evidence, and it absolutely should. First and foremost, if I were sitting at the helm of that investigation, yeah, definitely send a complaint to the World Bank and collect your data to support that claim. It should be very disgraceful, and we should shame. Liberians should engage in the action of shaming their politicians who abuse their office. Because you abusing your office means that I don't have food on my table. I didn't vote for you to abuse my rights. So you sit there and enrich yourself. It's unacceptable. The fact that we still import upward $300 million worth of rice every single year. We can't feed ourselves. We constantly put our hands out asking for donation and donation. The type of resources that Liberia has, someone mentioned it earlier, all Liberians should be millionaires. We have iron ore, we have diamond, gold, oil. Think about it. The land that's in Liberia, I mentioned earlier, 45% of West Africa's rainforest is still in Liberia, as tiny as Liberia is. Keep in mind, when I say West Africa, we're talking about countries like Mali, Nigeria, right? Senegal. We're talking about these huge countries, and 16 of them makes up the West African bloc. 45% of their rainforest is still in Liberia. We have arable land enough to produce the type of rice that we need to feed ourselves. Why is it that we fail over and over again to empower smallholder farms, small farm holders to grow the type of crops that we buy and we import? It's despicable. There is no excuse for it. So this should be investigated. Data should be collected, and we should be intentional about it, because when we did our investigation, we were hungry. You couldn't tell us nothing. We were on coffee and especially Liberian coffee. We were on Liberian coffee with carnation milk. We around the clock, we were dedicated to putting Zoomlion in its place. No foreign company was going to come into our industry that we built on our backs. I'm usually fair skinned. Like when you see my mom, super, super fair. I turned black being on the landfills, being in the hot burning sun, day in and out, with that level of dedication. That's what Liberians do. So to allow a foreign company to come in and eat the rice that we finished cooking, like, Mama, where you coming from? We had to kick them out. So it was do or die for us. And I think the same attitude has to be adopted for this agriculture case.
Thank you very much, Fanta. It's always good talking to you. We hope to have you back again. Godspeed. Good night. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Good night. Thank you for your time.
Wow. What a show. What a program. I really, really appreciate each and every one of you, but there's many, many big thank you to Fanta Kamara again. I will share her. I just put it in the chat room, guys. A lot of people are asking if you have your contact. I want to talk to her. I share her phone number in the chat room. Folks need to reach out to her. This too will make our country better. Huh?
You're not in the chat.
The one you in, I chat it in.
The one
You're not in the chat.
Yeah,
You can't be making noise like you share nothing. Trust me now, with more contact. Watch one say you, my
The chat room was sitting down in.
Please send me the woman contact.
I was sending to you, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
In the chat room. Start
yeah. Glenny.
Yeah. The one was sitting down in.
You're not in your chat.
Glenny, I made a mistake. I said it in the male's only chat room, the male chat room.
Oh, you get male chat?
Yeah. No, why am I
no. We got no male chat room. We got no male chat room.
Man, you're not included, you woman, so we didn't put you there. We said
no problem.
In your box already, Glenny.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
I want to say it was a beautiful show, but something serious is happening though. Zoomlion, it's like everywhere to go to leave the fingerprint. Something serious is happening. Let's wrap up. We cannot get to the other conversation. We hope we had the time, but we couldn't because this was firing. A lot of people reaching out and appreciating the program with Fanta Kamara. Great thing. Now, we have some document we'll share with you guys also concerning Zoomlion. They will be presenting them all. Do we have a new Zoomlion? Let's take this route. Let's try to do this and do this as our closing. But before we start with the closing here, we ask each and every one of you to remember tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a big program, guys. The program starts 4:30. 4:30, we will be coming on to do pre-analysis concerning the big showdown debate, Asido and that of Martin Cuddy. We will be having a straight forward talking conversation debate. It's not just a lecture, it's not a conversation, it will be a very, very serious debate. And we're inviting every one of you. This is all over the country. This is all over social media. Former Deputy Minister Asido will be going against Martin Cuddy, the activists. We want to say, yes, Martin will be in studio. Asa will be in studio. It will be moderated by me. And I want to say, yes, the team will be on the backside to do post-analysis. And we will also have team to be doing some auto check. It will be a lot going on. People are saying, Stanton, can you share the topic? No. We want to actual truthful debate. We are not sharing any topic. It will be topics from all over. So we just cannot share any topic with both teams. So from the team Acido to the team Mountain Cody, I'm sorry, I cannot share the topic. We'll be discussing Liberia, and anything can come through. So we want to say, please connect with us, be part of the program tomorrow. Let's wrap this thing up and let's close the show. Sister Glennie, you go ahead, Mama. Let's wrap.
So
My man, ladies first. Ladies first.
Y'all be talking about Lofa and Nima border on top of Marine Kesabash or what? You ain't got nothing to do in there. But one thought that Google thing talking about debate. Anyway, great show.
I think let's say let me friend. Put on a debate and
I know, man. What a debate. To come waste people time tomorrow.
So you are on a network. You are on a network. You are on a network that promoting a debate that calling a lot of people. Do not condemn it, please. Let's go with the flow. Let's promote and let's promote our debate. Lenny,
what's the goal? What's the goal of the debate?
The goal of the
objective, whatever the objective goal, it doesn't matter. What is the objective of that debate? What are we going to benefit?
Let's say complete your thought.
Go ahead. I about to leave the show, and I'm about to leave it with anybody that want to do it.
When you move, we move just like that.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Okay. I want to debate Vanilla Patrick. The only person I want to debate here because you will not let me talk.
I decline.
That kissy Pepsi, you want to debate?
No. Not on the show. I decline.
Look. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to Glenn. Let us go ahead. Fubi Harris, can you come in or close? Glenn is in it today.
Let me close. I see you. I'm here.
Welcome to you.
Yeah, Pa Jackson, let me close.
So it was a great conversation with Fanta, and Fanta spoke very passionately about a lot of things with them, which I share 100% all the points that she made. Liberianization is something that we should all drive, we should all stand by. There are too many things that we take for granted in Liberia. We all boast, we came president for rice. 45 years after, we still importing rice. We can't feed ourselves. Who are those that even in that industry are importing the rice? Foreigners. But we are proud. We can keep president for rights. Shame on us as a nation. And economic crime. Our lawmakers, we elect poor people to the legislature. At the end of the day, they become millionaires, and we very poor in the community. When they come back and give us back already, we clap for them. Shame on us as a nation. We are not empowering the ordinary people, the small and medium enterprises. We're not even putting money into those sectors to ensure that these people make their money to sustain themselves. Look at our schools, our hospitals. Shame on us as a nation. Then we're talking about bringing a company back that has criminal record for the same role that they were banned. Then we say we're proud as a nation, even talking about putting them among people to go and be bidders. Shame on us as a nation. We can't do that. We should be a serious country with serious people. We cannot be doing that. We cannot be fighting against ourselves. And this is the political strategy. You say keep them poor and they will be loyal. And that will keep happening. Anything that will empower Liberia and make Liberia real, you say no, don't suppress them. Because when you suppress them, they got no option but to come bend under you. Honorable, my woman that deliver. Honorable, no food, no her. Honorable, my children's school fees. Honorable, this. If you build more public schools and build their quality, nobody can be knock on the door for school fee. But they don't want that. If you improve our hospitals, you improve the minimum wage and the insurance policy. Nobody coming to knock on your door to go free their baby from hospital. And these are things that our politicians do and suppress us. But we're okay with that. And we clap for them. And also, I stand passionately with all the points that Fanta raised, and these are things that all Liberians should be able to stand by and push so that we can change this country.
we owe it to ourselves to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fubi. We're going to go to Vendetta Patrick.
So I'd like to say a big thank you to Fanta. She did a fantastic job. I am optimistic that the two mayors, mayor of Monrovia and the mayor of Pinze, these are people who stood on the shoulders of great people, learning that doing something that is good is the way to move. And that this agenda, the arrest agenda of Joseph Newman Boaka, they will not deviate. They are aware that JMB is hitting people with 12-pound hammer when you smell with corruption. So, in as much as Zoom Lion is in the fries, I have explicit confidence that they will not have the desire and intent when that time comes to vote to say we want Zoom Lion. They will not do it. Because if they do it, it will send a wrong message. So I'm sure some of them are watching the show. They should not do it. And I trust them. And on this issue of giving contract, it's imperative to state clearly that the encouragement for the formation or establishment of consortiums of waste, solid waste company in a country would be one of the best strategies that will allow Liberians to participate in some of these bidding processes. Not just to bid, but if you win the bid, you will be able to circle expertise. Other people, they have the capacity. Other people, they have the equipment. Other people, they have the manpower. So working together as a consortium, maybe a consortium of 5, 7, or 10 solid waste company and winning such a big contract is going to help them more. Tonight, I just want to encourage Liberians involved, not just in solid waste, but learn to work together if you have a big company. You can easily win contract, and in the implementation process, you can decide who will have this, who will have that, when everything is fully implemented. If you default in the process, maybe your money can be cut off. But again, it's a good opportunity. The discussion was good. And let me just clarify, this is not intended to defame or bomb up the government. It is only intended to guard them that this is good because these people exhibited a characteristic of criminality. There's no other way to do it. They gave bribe. They bribe people. If they know they were competent enough, they should not have given bribe. But again, in this country too, if you don't give bribe, you can get contract. So that is another thing. Thank you. It was a good show. God bless all of you. And I want to say good night. At least my internet is okay.
Vendetta Patrick, thank you very much, guys. Again, we have to make this continual adjustment by God's grace. Tomorrow we have Zoom Lion, the CEO that is in Liberia. It's only fair to listen to them, and this is what we do here on Spoon. You know, Fanta came and said a lot of stuff. We have in documentation from Ghana to Liberia to the World Bank. It will be only fair as Liberian that we gave them the platform and we listen to them. So therefore, we will have them on the show for the first segment. The acid do and that of Martin Cody debate start at 9 p.m. Liberian time. That will be 5 p.m. our time. So whosoever will want to join me 4 p.m. our time, 8 p.m. Liberian time to have a conversation with the CEO of Zoom Lion, please come. We will have the conversation from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. and it will only be fair to do so. So we have finalized, we have confirmed he will be in studio 4 p.m. America Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Liberian time to have a conversation with the CEO. Go ahead, my brother, Lafayette Good.
Thank you, Stanton. I think it was a great show tonight. I was thrilled by the eloquence of the lady. She was very passionate. I support Her advocacy, I think we all started with it last night. Most of what she spoke on today were things that we spoke about last night. We can't be fighting corruption, and then we trying to bring a company that has tinted character to do business with. So we asked the government to rethink the issue that whatever contract for waste management should be given to Liberian companies. I also want to take this time to wish the people of South Sudan happy Independence Day. Today, from my side, it's going to 2 a.m. So we are already in the Independence Day. We're already here on today is July 9 from my end. And today makes them 14 years old as a nation. So I want to wish them a happy celebration. And the celebration will carry me tomorrow. They'll carry me today. I won't be on the show to listen to your debate of who can speak English and who can speak English good. So you can go ahead. I hope you moderate it well, but you can go ahead. So, and before I leave Stanton, I think I send you a photo. I hope that we can discuss that. Something about the put charges. I think I sent it to you. It's killing Liberian businesses to free one container. You see all the amounts that have been paid. I know by people it's not easy. And I send you another photo of a young man who is crying for help. I think he had liver problem. So I hope you can look at that and find a day that we can maybe open a line to make some contribution towards his illness. So far, so good, gentlemen. I want to say thank you all. And as I get prepared to enjoy my Independence Day, thank you very much. God be with you all. Thank you.
May God have mercy upon you. Have a good night. Cool. Only God will forgive you.
God will have mercy on you and forgive you.
Counselor, you're sticking around, right? You're sticking around to hear me close, right?
Yeah. In fact, I yet to listen to him because I know he will talk something. I'm very going. Just for that reason,
Very good.
Can't even leave it, start talking.
Because sooner you leave, he can start gossiping about you.
Okay, look, let me close. I need to go somewhere quick. I beg you. Look.
Every day you go somewhere quick. Where you going tonight?
And he's closing before the people in Liberia.
Where you going?
None of your business. I mean,
none of my business. Every day you rushing. Where you going?
I'm entitled to certain privileges as an old man.
What privilege?
The privilege how do you call it? AARP. The AARP privilege.
In 18 days, that'll be 72 years old. That's a big job. You got looking strong.
That's the AARP. AARP.
Senior member. AARP. We're on the AARP good number.
AARP, the last month, good life insurance in New York Life, discounts to all the hotels in the world, all the restaurants. When on certain Wednesday you go around, you get sales. It's super. Look, my Liberian people, let's just get children there. Look at what you can be with a Fanta Camara. Think about it. Okay, from crying that came out into the world and made herself. That tells me to be very optimistic about Liberia, but we are obstructed by ourselves. That's what we call unity. There can be no unity until we have shared prosperity. What it means, if I'm hungry and you're eating all the good meat, or we're eating from the same pan and you take the last hand and you leave me nothing, there can be no unity when I'm poor and you're rich because you're using my tax dollars and my resources. But look what she talked about, Liberian economic empowerment. Do you know the reason why Elon Musk cannot go and open his Starlink in South Africa? He is required to give a certain percentage, something called the Black Economic Empowerment Model, BEE. Go Google it. In the NOCAL Act of 2000, remember you will know that we put in provision for 20% of all oil blocks to be given to the state. In the minerals law of 2000, 9.22, you see B Mountain, you see ArcelorMittal, you see all the Class A mining licenses. There's a provision, 9.22, that up to 15% equity must be given to the state. And the way we designed it, in trust for Liberians. Look at Tottenham Boulevard, all the supermarket. Now one Liberian owns a supermarket over there, my people. B Mountain last year, 900 million gold. Does King George look like $900 million worth of gold came from King George? Look, forget about CDC, forget about UP. If we don't get together and solve this problem, that the wealth that we have, to divide it amongst ourselves, and we continue to be poor, we will keep fighting each other for the rest of our lives. But I want to tell you, thank you, everybody, and thank Fanta. And I just want to say that she represents what a young woman, a young girl from Liberia can be. She's a very good example. I want to tell you thank you and tell her thank you. And thank you, Stanton, for bringing her on. Let God bless you.
You're welcome again. We want to say thanks to our many fans out there. Somebody heard us discussing yesterday, Glenny. And they reached out and said, why can't you bring in Fanta? I said, who Fanta? And everything started. Another group want to join us from Dubai. They are waste management group as well. They've been in a similar situation. They want to come and explain exactly when they went through as well under the same UP government under Madame Salif. So these things happening across, and I don't know how we can fix it today. Lenny, it's your turn, man.
So I think on a serious note, it was a good show, great show. I think it was good for her to come on. I mean, I was very alarmed by the fact that we have such a brilliant young woman who had a company, work with someone who was willing to bring some relief to Liberia, and they were not awarded the contract. I think that's very disheartening. But to find out about someone what the world knows, or find out about a company where the world knows there's corruption linked to them, they've been doing some stuff. Their own country, Ghana, is not, they have no recommendation from there. I think it's disheartening to hear, and to hear that the government of Liberia is going to be so blatant to want to, by all means, still want to entertain these people and possibly give them a contract. I think that's so wrong to be done. But we get an opportunity to hear what they have to say tomorrow. But the story with them, we can already say that some of the things that we've heard, they're factual. And so what else are they going to say? It's like, how have they cleaned up from their story? But if we have Liberians, and of course, Liberian nation is something we want. It's something we advocate for. If you have a Liberian, like I say, what a man can do, a woman can do better. I want to say Liberians can do better if they're given the opportunity to be able to lead. So a brilliant job from Fanta. I think she did excellent. I think she explained it. I think she was in a space where there were no bars. She didn't leave any stones unturned. And she spoke to us. She spoke from her heart. And I hope that the government is listening. The Senate is also listening. Everybody who is supposed to accept that company, those different ministers, what is it going to say about Liberia when you have a company that has been rejected by its own place, its own country? And then he said, no, come, we have room for you, but we don't have room for our own people. It speaks volume. And I don't think this is something, this story should not die. I think this is something that we need to hold the government accountable for. If these people are ripped in corruption, they should not be giving a contract in our country, which will get Liberian innovators to be able to do the work and help keep our city clean. And I want to say to my Ellen, I think our conversation is pretty late. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was president of the country. And to come today, to come and denounce and say to the Joseph Boakai government that the city is dirty, but it's clean, I went to Liberia 2 or 3 times when Ellen Johnson was president. Wasn't clean then. Yeah, there maybe have been some areas that were clean, but on the overall, nothing had significantly changed when it comes to the cleanliness. So for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, a former president of this country who really didn't do anything about keeping the city clean, to come now and want to condemn it, I think that's pretty late, and that's a disservice to the Liberian people that I wish I would not have heard from Ellen Johnson Sirleaf today, our former president, because she could have done better. It was under her leadership that these young people came to her to want her to promote them, to want her to say, give us a chance in our country to make a difference. And she didn't do that. And she come to them, she has a voice to condemn another government and say the city is dirty. Oh, I go to Sierra Leone, this and that. You should be ashamed of yourself, my Ellen, that you were a former president. This happened under your reign. And you can now come and try to compare Liberia to Sierra Leone when you did nothing to make the difference. So sad. And I just had to end with that. But the debate tomorrow will be here for the what they call it, crossfire, after the people finish speaking their English. Thank you very much. Good show.
Glenny, thank you very much for closing. Honorable
Disagree with you, cousin Glenny. I disagree with you.
Yeah, Honorable Great, Akaris Great, let's hear you.
Yeah, President Sirleaf was president, and Joseph Boakai was vice president. She flagged an issue against the House of Representatives Senate. But who was the presiding officer of the Liberian Senate? It was Joseph Boakai. How can you indict President Sirleaf and do not indict President Boakai, who was the president of the Liberian Senate, who presided over the Liberian Senate, when she claimed that she took or complained to the Senate, and there's a presiding officer? Speaking from Sis Glenny's argument, they both are guilty by her argument, because both of them were involved. And today,
a lot of people telling Glenny, thank you. Wow.
Yeah, I said, picking by her argument, both of them are guilty. And today, under his administration, Zoom Lion is hanging around the corridor of power to be given a contract. So it's not a strange thing. It doesn't exonerate the president or anybody, because Zoom Lion was around before when she spoke. But I wanted to take a shot at Fubi. You know, when you come to castigate the legislature, members of the legislature, you should think about your own ancestor who governed as speaker for nothing less than 28 years, even more than President Tubman. There's no law to show for economic empowerment of Liberia when he served as speaker or bill that he provided. I'm talking about Richard Herons. So you cannot be castigating a group of people when Liberia economic growth without development was second to Japan. Growth without development, reference that. We got to be as fair as we can be. We have had some perennial problems in our country, and there's an open secret. To begin to target a group of people because you think that you have an issue with them, and don't think about your own ancestral administration of over 28 years serving the legislature, and did not have concern about the welfare of the masses when the streets were not paved, when Liberia should have been the silver and gold, when the economy was booming, when iron ore price was at its peak, when rubber, Liberia became an alternative ground for the growth of natural rubber and exportation. So what can you say? You cannot criticize one group of people and leave another group of people on the basis of a better economy. She spoke well, to be frank with you, extremely well. It's good that Zoom Lion also will be available tomorrow. If you ask me, with all listening or hearing to Zoom Lion, I'm one of those who disagree with them. In fact, in February 2012, I even disagree with the outgoing U.S. ambassador, Leonard Turner Grossfield, on the issue of the city parking. Public disagreement, you could do that research. There are existing facts of our country And that existing fight is unique to the Unity Party-led administration. They usually compensate through contracts or agreements. Unfortunately, I wasn't on air yesterday or day before yesterday for the HPX and all of those things. But 66 bogus concession agreements were ratified between 2006 to 2011. 66. Public record. But billions of dollars were discussing when people begin to celebrate 1.8 billion. What happened to all those billions of dollars of concession agreement? 66 of them were bogus under the first 10 where President Boyka presided. So it's nothing strange to the country. How does Liberia benefit? So the Unity Party-led administration has a history. Let me use a word, or let me just put it in quote. Let me say this. We don't say that usually, but I will go back. But they bastardized the economy of the country. And they are again prepared to do the same with the city management. It's not strange. So all that she said, in my view, I can understand her zealousness, but the only disagreement that I heard is that why it is true that Sam Jackson was shouting and says Glennie asked the question. I wanted to know who is the partner. And the reason why I wanted to know who is the partner, a lot of people ask the question, is he a Liberian or is he a foreigner? Because the argument was greatly on the extent of taking our city management and giving it to foreigner. So whether the business partner is a Liberian or the business partner is a foreigner, but if the business partner is a Liberian, I go 100% with them. I support Liberian businesses.
But even based on the contract.
Even if you claim, I'm not talking about the contract, I'm talking about the past what she did. Even if you claimed that the businesses are not capacitated financially, you give them the contract, the bank will give them the money. You're bringing 285 yellow machines. People in Unity Party should be saying maybe 50 of those yellow machines should be for rural cleaning or city cleaning. They could be part of it. You can get the dump trucks, you can get all of the caterpillars, or how do you call it, you can get them. Okay? But the fact of the matter here is that I don't think the debate for Liberia should be that Liberian businesses don't have the capacity. No, I don't think so. They have the ingenuity. You give them the contract, they will raise the resources and the bank will give them the money because they know that they have genuine contract. Zoom Lion had not only been accused of corruption, but it's an issue that's flagged. They raised the issue of bad labor practice in Ghana. Listen to the journalists. Probably they didn't pick that up. But go to the video that you played, Stanton. The guy raised the issue of bad labor practice. And that's one of the most dangerous things when it comes to bad labor practice. I hope they will be here tomorrow. I hope we'll be on the show tomorrow. But I don't have no doubt that this government, who did business with Zoom Lion and beg Fanta and other people to drop their charges and retreat for a quote-unquote the sale of Liberia, I have no doubt that with the composition of this government and Boyka being vice president, but then even presided over the Liberian Sunday for 12 other years, will not push for Zoom Lion, especially with the Ghanaian connection that I know. I believe that Zoom Lion stands a chance. It's a better fight. If they don't and a Liberian company gets it, kudos. I will come and tell the government, thank you for one of the first time for giving a Liberian company the contract to manage the city of Monrovia. I will say that publicly and commend the government if they do that. But giving it to Zoom Lion would not be a surprise because of business partners. So thank you very much. Good night. And I appreciate everyone on the show. It was a good show. And the debate will be tough. I know answer will have the edge.
Yeah, good night. Good night. Good night.
No, you say your own, yeah, my man, I beg you. You're talking about all
man, good night, good night. Good night, good night.
Let everybody close in peace.
Yeah, my man. Some people were on air today. They say the legislature can dismiss finance minister. Now, when you're in here before, you were here to thank you very much and good night.
Thank you very much, Akaris. I gotta stay back. We gotta talk about your promotion.
The only problem I get going on, only problem I get with Glenny, I was saying
My
Glenny.
man, I want to
All right,
join.
I'm gonna let everybody close.
I said, man, I didn't do nothing. I said, man, I didn't do nothing for the two.
But man, let everybody close. Enjoy your Independence Day. I beg.
My problem I get with say Glenny, but I leave it.
Yeah,
Another
yeah.
time.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. Can you
I did
close?
the
Colonel
well
Gray?
with the city. But I leave
Colonel Gray,
it.
can you close?
All right, Stanton, to this conversation by Fanta was fantastic in the sense that probably this were some of the conversations Ghanaians were having 3 decades ago at the hype of Jerry Rawlings. And I want to believe that those conversations were some of the precipitations of, making everything Ghanaian first. I could not have been in the House of Legislature and don't introduce a bill where any and all contract that emanates from the state, Librarians would be given the first priority. I could not have been in the House and do raise such a bill. We should not only talk about it, but we should also infuse it into our laws. And that way we know if they have looked all over the place. And matter of fact, foreign investment and foreign investors should not just come into Liberia without our citizens having a lion's share of some of the investment they're bringing. People will say, well, if we don't give them the contract, they'll go somewhere else. If they were to go somewhere else, they will not come to us at all. We do have a lot to offer. And as a country, we should make the laws that will empower Liberians. We're talking about bad labor practices, and so that's the company we're bringing in. But one thing we have not done, we have not defined the morality of our nation, what we accept or don't accept. Look, if I have a bad record in the States, I won't get a job. Background check will hook me up. I can be the best guy for that job. As soon as I have one ding in my record, they're not going to take me. Why would we take a company with such a terrible record in their own local country where they came from or where they come from, and then we empower them when they are kicking them out? The same thing with Aminata, right? The girl at the port. So we have not defined this kind of things that they don't click to our ears that if someone has a criminal record, a record of poor performance, and they are thrown out of their own country, they should not end up in Liberia. They should not. And clearly, if we set those kinds of rules, then people will not go take public wealth and then they recycle those same individual back. It's just a bad practice. You understand? We don't have a way of managing people's behavior here in the States. No. If I want to open certain things, the first thing they do, whether my own business, they check my background. And if I have some shady past, of course, they will say, no, sir, sorry. And we have to be able to, and these are the kind of conversations, Stanton, that drive those kinds of decisions. I will hope our legislatures are watching, so that way when they want to create a bill, it's not only to raise their own salary or to raise their own welfare and well-being. Fanta said it right, empowering our people. Liberians, she named sectors of Ghanarsville that can benefit from some of these kinds of things. And we just sit there and somebody will come and bring Ghanaians to do that job. And we'll just watch. And people take on the slogan belt and begin to talk. You can't be spectators in your own home. When the very first idea is to empower other people. Trust me, if that management comes into Liberia, don't be surprised. I remember I was in Cape Mount when the people were fixing they were upgrading the road leading to Robertsport. Most of the folks that were there doing the job, even the sweeping job, were Ghanaians, because that's what people do. They empower their own. Why can't we just borrow that model and perfect it so that if it's not Liberian, it cannot be anybody else. We can share the of course the bounty, but then always remember Liberia should take the lead. That way we'll create our own natural wealth or middle income earners, and Liberia could be a a paradise on earth. And I hope I will have the like of Fanta to come back. There's so many Liberians out there. One of my friends, Stanton, let me let you know, he was also disadvantaged in this process. Sam TK, he wants to come so much on there because he had so much information to give me, and for him, he's not going to mince his word to say Milbro was who conspired to bring this company into being. And of course, she has interest in there. As long as Mary Bro has proximity to government, boom, that there we are, or we can say booyah. She will come and influence this process. We can talk all one, Zoomland will be part of us because that's who we are. We don't think of our own, we think about other people. Well, great show, Stanton.
Thank you very much, kind of great. I'm going to go to Abula Mame, my brother Paul Kenley, and myself will take it away after Abula. Abula, welcome to our today's Eastern part, of America. It's good to see you. I know I'll be seeing you shortly during this week. Don't mind says Plenty, let you get best out business.
Let you get on the train. Let you get on the train and come. Plenty. I don't want you to sometimes say you're not let to drive in the net because you can't see cool. So use a train to come. But on a serious note,
look at another blind man trying to talk there.
On a serious note, I mean, we need to have the Liberia conversation. Zoomlion, we are clear. When Stanton and I sat in the background, saw the announcement, and said this is a national call to duty. We are not against Zoomlion because of their name or where they come from. We believe they transacted in Liberia wrongly, and because of that transaction, the government of Liberia had to pay certain amount of money to the World Bank. To date, we are saying Zoomlion owes Liberia, and they should pay that debt. If you read the letter from the World Bank, it tells you the different processes Zoomlion went through to be able to get the letter and say you are clear. It did not happen 1 year, 2 years. They went through processes. So Zoomlion was prioritizing repairing her relationship with the World Bank, but care less about Liberia. She was concerned, yes, it says somewhere there, certified conditions code. It says Zoomlion has satisfied the conditions for its release from sanction or debarment with conditional release in accordance with section X, Y, and Z. There were conditions set that you have to meet. There were processes that they had to go through to convince the bank that they are in good standing to be able to get this letter from the World Bank. So they did it.
But let me, sorry, I know you're closing. I thought it was only Ghana. I'm saying different country here, mommy. I'm saying Angola, Togo, Gambia.
They got subsidiary in different places. They got subsidiary in different places. They got subsidiary in different places. All around. So the point I'm making is they made effort to go to the bank and over more than 2 years work to be able to repair their relationship. But for Liberia, they say, oh no, that will get time for those people. Let's just the World Bank will go by there, will get a contract. And that is what we are standing up to. That is what we are standing up to.
Paul, control your camera. Somebody behind you, Paul. Make adjustment on your camera. Go ahead. I'm sorry, my man.
So that is why we are standing up to. You could go to the World Bank for 2 years, go through all the processes and get clear. And all you are saying, I get clear from the World Bank, I go to Liberia, I will bulldoze. That is what we are standing up to. We believe you owe us. And that debt, you have to pay that debt and get letter from us like the World Bank letter. Then in the future, you can participate in the bidding process. And based on your technical qualification, you can be awarded a contract. Until then, we are calling on our people to tell Zoom Lion and any other company associated who heard us on Liberian company were involved. Tell them, you owe us. You need to come and go through a process. After that process, before you are qualified to bid for future project. Until you can do that, you're not qualified. It is not because of your name. It is not where you come from. It is only because of Zoom Lion. This show is big. People listening. We want to be on record. Liberia is open for business. Foreign business, local business. Our country is open. We are not xenophobic. We're not fighting foreign companies from coming to our country. That is not a message we're trying to send here. Our country is open to anybody. Zoom Lion case and people in similar situation, it just is extra case we're talking about here. Foreign companies want to come to Liberia, we are open. Our foreign minister, the government, and now what they call economic diplomacy to attract investment to Liberia. Liberia is open to those companies. Let's make that clear. And lastly, we arguing about the Liberian businesses. Yes, that is why we call for that, why we initiated this debate. But let's be careful. Let's be careful. Liberian companies are qualified to do certain jobs. Let's give to them. Where they are having technical gaps, let's encourage partnerships. Like even if you listen to Fanta, she has partners because it is possible that you're able to execute certain component of a contract, you need partner. So if you saw one Liberian company go and get a partner, do not dismiss them because they got partner. Do not dismiss them because they got partner. Sometimes they don't have the resources, they don't have the money. They need partners to get that money. Sometimes they don't have the technical capabilities. For technical capability, they need partner. So let's encourage partnership and support them. That is why I will say when we talk about supporting Liberian business, that's one way to support Liberian businesses is through partnerships. And let's encourage that.
Mohammed, thank you very much, man. Thank you a lot. But one thing I'm so happy to say, we'll be listening to Zoom Lion, CEO or President of all, which is on the fair for candidate. This is almost 70,000 people just listen to Fanta. More going to be listening to her over the next 24 hours. Senators, representatives, lawmakers asking for our numbers. This is very important. So it's only fair to give Zoom Lion the chance to come and make their case. Let's hear you, Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. And thanks to Mohammed and at the corner for hanging around to listen to me. And Glenda came back. Somebody said my daughter look like Glenda, and why we're all wearing green. Why are these people all in politics and in our business? Glenda is
Stanton can cause all the trouble. That's
they're
Stanton.
not Stanton. That one Abdul Ando Sanwa.
Ignore him.
He on my case.
Ignore
him.
That's the reason why Paul called Glenny. That's the reason why Paul called Glenny his sister-in-law. That's the reason why Paul will refer to Glenny as his sister-in-law.
Let me call your real name. Pinky, don't listen to that.
All right, but you know I know.
No, listen. It was a good conversation with Madam Kamara, and I think that people of her knowledge and expertise in certain areas should actually continue to advocate, because in management, advocacy is a characteristic, is a component of good management. And I really appreciate her for that. Look, recycling a default company or a company that falls back on deliverable, whether it's malpractice, whether it's even deliverable of the work they said they're going to do, Once that company goes to review and go through some adjudication and they are found liable, that company is not reinstated. I don't care what the law is. Under the FedEx Contract Management Act, they're not going to give you a contract. And I was looking at the list Stanton put up with the Ministry of Finance, all of the big government agencies and ministry out there. The finance minister is the presiding officer on most of the procurement, contract procurement. They know procurement laws, they know the IFC standards, they know World Bank standards, they know World Bank laws. If they are allowing a company that foul play in Liberia to be even among the shortlisted candidates that's supposed to be evaluated by that technical evaluation panel, I can almost tell you Zoom Lion is going to get this contract. Let's start wasting our time. Somebody with big hands and big pen in their hand has an interest in Zoom Lion. Listen, we should not be arguing like broadstring to us. Somebody who committed some of the highest crime in academics, fraud, is still holding a high level position. They may say he's a graduate when he not graduated. You remember Stanton, the representative who got elected in New York, who lied that he worked with a Wall Street company? He got expelled from the legislature only because he lied on his resume, on his credential. So what Zoom Lion has done is tantamount. I mean, it's enough to get them to be dispelled or expelled or disqualified or whatever the terminology is for them to not come back. But we still got them sitting. In fact, I'm hearing that tomorrow they're supposed to be going through evaluation and also whatsoever. It is accepted practice in Liberia. People don't frown at corruption. In fact, when you corrupt here, they recycle you and give you higher appointment. If the man were here stealing, they take him from there and elect him in the Senate or in the House of Rep. And then you think that with that same criminal sitting now, who has been charged and alleged to be corrupt, sitting down over a process that's supposed to be accountable, you think with his integrity, his or her integrity, that process is going to be free and fair? Yeah, let's stop pretending here. That this kind of pretense can make us to actually see that we really don't mean to draft things. And one thing I want to close by, I think Fanta's points were very good. I still want to believe that enforcement, whether it's criminal or misdemeanor enforcement, policy-wise, added to the whole waste management process is key and cannot be successful without it. Even in the United States, where we said, if you're not supposed to bring your trash outside on Wednesday, you bring it outside on Wednesday, the city can't catch you there, they'll find you. You gotta stop playing. Even though you're collecting your trash, you put it in the bin and all, you're having it in your garage. If Wednesday is not trash day in your community, you put that trash outside, Montgomery County can see it, you in problem, you pay some more money. There has to be a policy enforcement aspect. Mommy, you go to your battery. To throw that battery away, you got to pay money. They're not free. The people will not take your tire. They will not take your battery for free. You got to pay money. When those policy aspects are added to the enforcement of waste management, then you talk about sustainability. You talk about, effective evaluation and monitoring. All of those things come to play. I don't see it becoming successful in a country like Liberia, where everybody, you say you will just go and sweep. So now you're turning your back, somebody jumping the there where you told them not to dump it.
But if people can go loosen the beam and carry it.
So until you can, but if you're talking about beam, the sewage trap?
Yeah.
The sewage trap, they are taking them now from all of the manhole cover and they're going to sell it for iron.
Yeah, enforcement
and then you tell me you're not going to do enforcement. I can almost tell my sister Fanta that without the enforcement aspect, you can bring all the yellow machine and clean the street. The next day, the garbage will be there. And I like what you talk about the education. The whole education awareness piece of it. It also ties in, but voluntarily for people to just change their ways, there has to be some kind of reprimandative or whatever reprimanded that word, you have to reprimand them in some way before they can actually just sit down and say they're going to do it the right way. If you just leave it a laissez-faire, everybody do what they want to do. In the morning you get out, you throw your garbage here, it will not work. You know, so I think she's a brilliant woman, and you know that's the only point takeaway I had to throw in there. But it's a good show.
Thank you.
We'll be waiting for the debate tomorrow for our men. I supporting two of them because you know the other boy Martin, that my nephew, and then after Doe say he want my sister, so that my brother-in-law.
Okay, so we want to say thanks to all of you. Let me do my closing real quick. We want to say thanks to all of you for coming. Don't forget the debate tomorrow, but I like to read this. It's very important. Today, Senator Yan Twine, I love what he posted concerning Asada Mita. Can you imagine? Asada Mita went to the house. Why these guys don't love to take advantage of Liberians? Can you imagine? Read what posted today. The Joint Committee on Concession Compliance Review of the House of Representatives conducted a public hearing on a concession agreement between Asada Mita Liberia and the government of the Republic of Liberia. During the hearing, listen, startling revelation emerged, including its disclosure by Asada Mita Liberia that the government share in the company had been reduced by 30% to 15%. This is what? Are you kidding me? Asada Mita asking for another 25 years and they're chopping our 15%? Matek did the same thing. Who's doing this to us? You remember Asada Mita is asking for 25 years. Mommy, I don't want to open another show yet. But who actually doing this to us? The people begin to investigate, and thanks to 40 families, say what you want to say. But guess what happened? From 30% to 15% through a shareholder resolution. But Mama, I thought you're supposed to go back to the house, go back to the legislature, right?
But what a resolution? What a copy of the resolution?
They was unable to provide a copy of the said resolution to validate this claim. So therefore, they said we're coming back. But for how long? They've been eating the Liberian people 15%. We are in some serious mess. So you say you'll get off 15%. You made 2.8, 2.4 billion just in 3 years. You lie and say you're betting 1.4 billion concentration camp somewhere. It's not even up to $1 billion. They talk about agreeing with HPX, you get vest. But then you illegally, and Liberians, what's going on? You illegally, you prepare your own resolution, and you maybe somebody in the government or in the past government were eating out 15%. Maybe.
Let's push and see who approved the reduction from 30 to 15. Let's push. We'll get it.
It was hot today, and I began to tremble in my skin. And with Momo, something is happening. From 30% to 15%, and they were unable to provide a capital sale resolution.
Something happened in Stanton. You will hear names behind that resolution. You will be shocked. You will hear the names.
And I begin to admire Senator Yan Twine from Nema County. I'm serious. Say what you want to say, but this guy is on a mission here. Today, I seen attached. The House of Representatives had a hearing with Meta today, and they couldn't pass the first question. The very first question he asked was stuttering as to why the shareholders reduced Liberian share from 30 to 15. Kick them out. Who are eating the money? Without any legislative approval. They also failed to provide a comprehensive financial report, thereby advancing another hearing for next Tuesday. So they begged to come out next Tuesday, as if they said we'll be dead. Meanwhile, Asada Mita is to appear before the Senate on this Thursday, day after tomorrow, to answer the same question about overstatement of the investment and violation of the MDA, depriving the Liberian people and people of Nema the opportunities and incentive. And Senator Yan Twine said, we will not rest until we get to the best of to the bottom of our people, the best for our people in the country. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. Who eating the people money? Was that job where government eating 15%? Did they roll it over into this government? Somebody chopping? They sent to a bad tech, you remember? The 20%, the argument still on the floor. They sent it with CTN, you remember? Who were eating that money? Well, man, what kind of bad, again, 7-12 finger all over the thing, man.
You will see names, Stanton. You will see names behind that 15%, but that's still 15%. You see names.
Everybody that try to fight for Meta C or Steel. It's time for them to speak up. And so every company will bring in the country. Somebody might get extra small on the side.
It started from Tormentor. You're getting money on our iron ore here, man. Somebody said Reggie
let's say they fit it bad. That customer you guys think this is bad for our country. Who eating the 15%? When they took the 15% out, why they took it out? Who are they giving it to? As a sidekick. Who eating the 15%? Who been eating the 15%? You know, when you say what you want to say about 40 Formula, but shout out to him. He's the chair on that committee. It's most of the committee members and the chair put together and said, we got to talk to Assad Mitar. But guys, listen though, we'll have 40 Formula here tomorrow. You know, after the debate, you know, we'll take our time. We got a lot of things running. The only thing I can say, we will not know about this yama because everybody on the hush. If that 15% was taken during Jawea time, that whole a lot of Pandora bags there. If it was taken recently, that's another problem.
But tomorrow we'll know the name of the bull eating the 15%.
Oh, yeah, I'll know the name. I'll know the name tonight. I'm going to beg people for the document. But can you imagine big company and Salamita just lied to us and said they have invested 1.4 billion in something account concentrator? Can you imagine that? You heard that though. President Bouaka went there and said they are doing exceptionally well. That's the word you use, right? Exceptionally well. Because they were taking out 15%. I don't know. I don't know. This is troubling. This is troubling whatever you are. This is troubling. And let me talk about the Zoom Lion. I'm going to reserve my comment because the CEO is coming tomorrow. We'll listen to him, then I will speak. But I want to say thank you for joining us. It's been a great show. Again, as always, you want to come on the Spoon Talk. If you're around the corner, and you know, we'll be meeting. Mame is here for a couple of days. We're having some very serious meeting with Mame. Joseph will be here. Nathan Bia will be calling all the key players' name. If you're around the block, you want to come, and you know that we can go out and eat and lecture. You can come and join us. It's open to everyone. You know, you want to see Mame, you want to see Sir Joseph, you want to see anyone, we'll be here. We'll give you the address. We'll just sit and just lecture and chill. You know, whenever Mame is around the corner, I want Glenny want to come over, but we're not allowed Glenny to come to.
No, she's not coming.
Yeah,
she already seen you in there.
Mame, you want for the economic forum?
Yeah.
Now he's here.
Our meeting is tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. So, but what I say to all of you, please, if you're around the Fede area, Mame, give us information on the economic forum. How can one join you guys? The address, if you care to share it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I sent it to you. You can put it up. The economic forum. It just align with the President Trump's.
Yeah. Good night, Chief. Good night, Chief.
So the government set up an economic office. Yeah, basically trying to find investment and bring American and Liberian companies together, American and Liberian businesses together, understanding what you need to do, how you need to do it, and build that partnership. So that office was established. The office started working. So this event tomorrow is the first official ceremony where businesses, government officials from Liberia coming to speak about different investment opportunities, and businesses here will be asking questions, building relationships. And at the same time, the president is here to meet President Trump on business-related issues. I think that's the reason why, in fact, the U.S. embassy in Liberia posted
Yeah, they announced it.
Yeah, they announced about the business forum, because the whole thing now is about how we can move from aid to trade, and trade.
Yeah, no more backing. No more backing.
No more backing. Transaction. Rep by, we'll move forward. So that business forum is tomorrow. Will be there. Businesses will be there asking questions. Government officials will be there responding to their questions about potential investment in Liberia.
Again, Mama, thank you. Nelson, can you come on? Again, Paul Kennedy, thank you. It's good to have you guys. Gonna great as always. You have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much. Nelson, if you're in the back, can you join us? As always, we want to say, Nelson, Colette, thank you. To our people, we want to appreciate you tonight. We really, really do appreciate you. Fanta was great. But don't forget, we got a lot to discuss tomorrow. The program will start 4 p.m. tomorrow. Dama Slanger will be producing 4 p.m. That will be 8 p.m. Liberian time. We're going to be speaking to the CEO, the president of Zoom Line. He is in Liberia. It will be 8 p.m. Liberian time. Up to 9 p.m., we're going to have this major debate that the whole country is waiting on. Everybody want to hear. We're going to be speaking to Asido and Martin Cuddy for this special debate. Now, guess what happened? We talked about IAA yesterday, and IAA came up with a statement. Again, I want to advise you, if they accuse you of being in corruption, right, don't be fast to write, because what IAA wrote today, that's it. It's terrible. I don't know why they did that. He have done himself into the mess. David came out, he just put himself there, and this thing is bad. I think LCC, I'm hearing people, is on this website. They are going to file an official complaint with the LCC for investigation. The car David came out, that's his car. You cannot rent your car to yourself. You can say everything else was done 100%. But the allegation said that he rented his own car, like I take my truck. And I say, okay, let us put that work, pay for my truck because I'm using my truck. But I said, which company that I go to the company also and say, I will give you X, Y, and Z, but giving it's just confusing. These allegations, they are terrible. And I don't think David came out from IAA should have come up with any statement. I am concerned, right? On a very serious note. We get this other one from Zone Line. We said they will be coming up. We get these names, people that now doing the bidding process, and we'll be speaking to them. It is concerning. We hope that these people make the right decision. As we talk about them, don't forget the election is coming up. These are the candidates, and the preliminary list of aspirants. They will be coming up. Don't forget again. They talk about election in Nema County, district number 5. This letter is why. Okay, this is when Councilor Cephas, he won his case for the $50. Councilor Cephas won his ticket case for $50. Nelson Abab again, he caught the man, put the man in situation he can handle. This one is the Constitution of John Evaluation Panel for Critical Solid Waste Management. We spoke about that. This is also something similar. We're just running through everything here. This is Zoom Line. Again, Zoom Line will be with us. This is Councilor Cephas. He's thinking he lost his case in Nigeria with the ECOWAS code. It's been a bad day for him, but at least the Liberian government making him win the $50 case. He won the $50 case. He's happy. But a big one concerning the Guinean national that was sent to Guinea. They say, Cephas, you are wrong, and the government of Liberia and the government of Guinea did the right thing. And Cephas is very, 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 very angry. Okay, this is the one that the American government through her embassy talked about the $1.8 billion deal. Okay, we have the document to this thing. We'll talk about it. This is some line again. This is the IAA David Keman corruption allegation, and also don't forget the $30 million COVID money that Samuel Twe and some of his other people, he started calling name, Wilson Tape, or the former education minister, and sued Justice Minister Musa Dean, Jenny Cooper, agriculture minister, Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill, and Samuel Twe. They are all in the photos right now. And these are allegations that they used the $30 million. But Salvatore came back and said, no, Stanton, it's not $30 million. We can tell you very well, we used only $28 million and got fined the other $2 million. Well, you be the judge. I want to say again, the protest, July 17. We heard today the protest organizer, the chief organizer of the protest, Stan Chair, what's his name? Moba Molu Jr. He was speaking today. Guess what happened? He said they have made enough. They have recruited enough. The protest will be one of the biggest in the country ever, more than the Henry Costa protest, July 17. He should be coming on Spoon to talk to us about the protest. Now, listen, we do not endorse protest, but protest is the right of all Liberians. If you want to protest, it's up to you once it is done peacefully. Again, so therefore, we're going to hear from the police IG, Gregory Coleman, what he said about this upcoming protest. Let's listen.
Once again, we are here as law enforcement body to continually express our commitments to the protection of lives and property in this country and the dignity of the person. As we draw closer to the July 17 protest date, today makes it 10 days from that date. We have asked planners to engage with the Ministry of Justice to get a permit and inform law enforcement as to routes they intend to take so that we can provide the adequate protection. Up to today, we haven't seen any such engagement. However, we want to reaffirm our commitment to the democratic process that will provide the adequate protection necessary and will do whatever we can to ease the burden of those who will not be a part of the protest and will have to get to town. So as soon as we understand how and where they intend to gather, we'll continue to communicate with the public. We're asking everybody to keep tuned to our social media pages, to other radios and stuff, and we will be able to communicate adequately. But I would like to encourage each and everyone to go about their normal basis. Protest in this country has become a routine issue. So it's not something that say, oh, we're going to ask you to stay home and stuff like that. School remains open. Children can move back and forth and go to school freely. And people can go to work and everyone can continue their normal business. Like I said, there could be some disruption in the traffic, but we try to minimize the inconveniences through whatever means possible. To the planners, we are your police. Those who intend to exercise those rights. Constitutionally, it is your right under the by virtue of the Constitution, and it is my hope that those rights remain within the confines of the law. We will be there to protect, we'll be there to guide, and we'll be there to maintain law and order. In the event where it goes violent, we will restore order immediately within the confines of the law. I want to admonish the general public that the Liberian National Police is the guardian, not a warrior, and we will do everything within our power to protect the Liberian people. Those who are planning the protest, it is my hope that you have spoken to those who are going to be involved and ask them to remain peaceful and do not vandalize people's property, because anything that goes wrong, you, the planners, will be held responsible. I just hope you understand the responsibility that comes along with it and make sure that you're able to guide the process properly. Last but not the least, there will always be people who have got nefarious intent, even in the best of plannings. So to those of you who have got your illegal weapons at home and planning to bring it to the protest, please leave it alone. Please. Don't bring it. Thank you.
I want to say something about Gregory Coleman, and I want to say something to you. Those of you that stay for us, man, I respect Gregory Coleman. What he did yesterday, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, it's amazing. It was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
It was amazing. You know, he's not actually not to protest, but he's speaking directly to you that if you have any evil plan, and I think Mobile Model is going to accept this, and in the heat of politics, you got to protest. It's your right. But if you come with different intention, like you want to bring a weapon, that's not intent of Mobile Model. That's not the intent of Mobile Model. If you want to protest, if you want to join the protest, it's fine. But the Liberia National Police will restore order with respect to your right. Listen, I'm seeing a transformation police IG. Listen, he's not perfect, but I think his advice, what he said, should go across. And, of course, I had protests. It was welcome on the CDC, right, Nelson? And people remember the June 7th protests. And the organizer organized it well. And of course, I've gone down in history, of having one of the best of a protest, if that's what you want to say. People respected the organizer. And I hope Mobile Model can do the same. Mobile Model have not said that he protested because of any political party. He didn't say that. He protested because of Liberia and how he visioned the country today, what is happening. So please do not bring your party, anger. Please do not bring your party hate. Please do not come over with a weapon like the police had to say. And I respect Gregory, and I think it was very clear, straightforward. Those of you that think that you want to stay home, and because you don't want to be caught up on the street and you don't want to be part of the protest, stay home. Those of you that think that it's your right to protest, exercise your right. But just remember, the country should be the country of law, a country of order. When Mobile Model and the organizer ask you, say, please take this right, please take this right. When they ask you, say, please do not get in confrontation with the police, please be respectful. They are not coming out for any one political party. They are coming out to express what is happening in the country. Thereafter, we still have a government to run, we still have a country to maintain. Again, I want to say to all of you, we have Mobile Model to come on Spoon Talk to speak to this issue. But I do respect what Gregory said, and I want you to listen, and I just want you to be loud about it. Protest is part of your right. Exercise your right if you want to do so. If you don't want to protest July 17th, you want to stay home, stay home. But there will be no fear. And I believe after the protest, it will be peaceful. Everybody will go home. The message will be sent across the world. And that's exactly what those organizers are asking. There will be no more civil crisis in our country. We exercise our right, we'll go home, and then the message will spread across. And we will be there. Spoon Network will be there. All of the journalists, we have the jacket, we have the microphone, we have the camera. We'll go out and we plan it alone to bring this to the entire world, to bring this to the nation. Everybody will be there that day. I want to say thank you very much for joining us. Again, I would just ask you, listen to the Liberia National Police. Listen to the Jones Security. What Gregory says is one of the best I've ever heard from him. It's one of the best to maintain order. It's one of the best things ever you can speak to those that for and those that are against, because we deserve to keep our country peaceful. So I say, if anybody called you that you should go do something evil on that day, first of all, ask them, say, where are you? If they say we are not in Liberia, don't listen to them. Listen to those that are in Liberia and those that are organizing the protest. If anybody want to be part of this protest, they should go to Liberia. They cannot sit outside of the country and ask you to do wickedness and ask you to start burning tires and burning people's homes. No, that's not the aim of the protest. And that's not what Mobile Model is asking. Mobile Model got a message for the government. Mobile Model got a message for the country. Mobile Model got a message for the entire world. But Mobile Model is not asking you to go with your different intention with your weapons. No, he's not. He's not asking you. He's not saying this a CDC protest. He's not saying this a Unity Party protest. He is not saying this any party protest. He's saying that's the protest for the people. And I hope you got a message. So on this note, I want to say thank you very much. Join us again no more. We have the debate as to do in Mountain Cully. We'll be speaking to Zoom Lion. And on Thursday, I want to announce there's a young man that got into NBA in Oklahoma. He got into NBA. His mother will be in the studio on Thursday. I have set that up. We will be talking to his mother, the mother, listen, from Trenton, New Jersey. You know that's a tough area. But now he will represent Liberia. And we are so happy we'll be speaking to his mother on Thursday. Her name is Tenen Sobo. We'll be speaking to her. We have said everything. She will be our guest on Thursday. Till we meet again, Nelson. I'm not going to say Nelson. I leave that one will go. I know you don't want me to say it, but
no, I want you to say it. Your network get problem right now.
Yeah, bow. Anyway, have a good night, Nelson. It's good seeing you, and it's always good having you as you produce for the nation. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Have a good night. Well, thank you to the thousands of you who have been here with us tonight. From the very start of the show, we appreciate all of you for your input, your contributions. Thanks to the many of you who called in. Thanks to those of you who just watched the show, who just listening. We appreciate you. Spoon Talk is here for you. This is your program, and it's because of you that Spoon Talk is Spoon Talk. And we appreciate our audience across the country, always listening to us on whether on the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1. We appreciate you. Thanks to all of our people across Liberia who followed by means of the relays on the different community radio stations. We appreciate you as well for following the show. And thanks to our affiliate radio stations for relaying the program. Thanks to our online audience as well on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We appreciate all of you for watching. Thanks to our YouTube audience. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate you for watching from there as well. My name is Nelson Colette. I want to say have a good night. I see a lot of you are still here with us. Ruth Goba, thank you, my Ruth. We appreciate you. Colette Henry Ali, thank you. Lavette Bondo, my dear sister, thank you for joining us tonight. I see now it's moving fast. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, thank you. He says 4 hours, 30 minutes. Let me compare that. Okay. You jump a little bit so that considering the time, you know, to get your message across. But yes, 4 hours, 29 minutes. That's what I have from my end. But we appreciate you, Philip Bala, for joining us. Mr. Bala, thank you. Per Kimber, we appreciate you. Moses Colley, Wonder Boy, Blazon, thank you for joining us tonight. I see Francis Jallo, Patricia Tenney, thank you for coming on tonight. Lincoln Morris, we appreciate you as well for joining us tonight. And I want to say thanks to everyone. Johansson, we are. Thank you for joining us tonight on the program. Romeo Jolly, thank you for joining us tonight as well. We appreciate Edward Crusoe. Thank you for coming on. Steve Moore, thank you as well. Yes, we appreciate everyone for joining us tonight. The Spoon Talk is going to be on tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be a big show. You don't want to miss it for anything. You can make up time to be here with us tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. And Liberia is all we have. So let's keep the peace alive. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. It's been a while. With the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south.